It's just how it is now. Then the stage to bring the house back up again, and then that'll be
Do you
12.
have this?
I don't have this one, but I have the
Okay.
schedule. It says, it says for the speaking schedule, it says break at
Right.
12. Hopefully they're on time, but we'll see.
Yeah.
If I need to message a friend to go,
It's,
yeah, 12. Yeah, an hour's perfect, no problem.
I
But
mean, cruise is taking a half.
oh, we are just taking a half. I
Yeah,
didn't
'cause
know
there's-
that.
Yeah, well, that's what my plan is, because there's no way to get a full hour in there.
Right. Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, I still gotta run home and take care of my dog, so I
Right,
won't
I mean,
do
you're probably gonna be on that 40.
the 40. Yeah, exactly. I don't live far, but I'm just taking her out to go
Right.
to the bathroom. Chris unfortunately got scheduled for his security
Yeah.
classes on the same day, and I was like, great, that's fantastic. So I was like, all right. Only time she's usually ever this long without going out is at night.
Oh, we started, or at least
Looks
somebody's
like they
up
got
there.
light.
Yep, we started. Yeah, because I don't have eBay back here yet, so. The Wrangler hasn't brought me anybody, so I can't log anybody. T heard you. Thank you.
Will everybody please be seated? Good morning. On behalf of the Council, our members, and the staff of the American Geographical Society, it's our pleasure to join the University of Missouri St. Louis and welcome all of you to Geography 2050 STL, Feeding Our Future Planet. It is great to be able to continue the Geography 2050 franchise here in the heartland of the United States, St. Louis. We believe in St. Louis. We believe in the geospatial expertise and leadership based in this great city, and we believe that St. Louis is well on its way to becoming the center of geospatial, not just for the heartland, but for the entire country, and that is why we are here. Like many things in life, it's all about timing, being in the right place at the right time. Today is all about that. I'll defer to our chairman and president to tell you the full story, but I do want you to know at the beginning that AGS, UMSL, and St. Louis were meant to work together, and again, St. Louis is destined to be the center of geospatial. We have a lot of ground to cover today, so let's not lose time. Ladies and gentlemen, the President and Chairman of the American Geographical Society, Dr. Chris Tucker and Dr. Marie Price.
Everyone, thank you so much for coming. Give yourselves a round of applause for waking up and getting here this early in the morning. This is not your normal university timetable, so I appreciate everybody making it here, and thank you so much to the university team for making sure everything was in tip-top shape when we got here this morning. So this is a fantastic event for us. This is the inaugural Geography 2050 STL event. For those of you who are unaware, we've actually held Geography 2050 in New York City for the past 9 years, and the fall will be our 10th anniversary. We were very fortunate this year. Our theme was on the future of food, and one of our stalwart supporters, Mr. Brian Monheiser, the person with the best map tattoos in the room, who had come to Geography 2050 countless times, said, "You know, can I bring a guest?" I said, "Of course you can." And he decided to bring the Chancellor of the University of Missouri St. Louis. I mean, if you're going to bring a guest, I think that's the kind of guest you need to bring to New York City. And the Chancellor not only came to our chairman's dinner, but then the event. And I think it was upon her reflection saying, "Why don't we have one of these in St. Louis?" Which started a conversation that I know Brian had planted the seeds for all of this, but it started a conversation that led us to today. So we're very proud to be here in St. Louis, particularly kicking off with the theme of food. Where should you talk about food more than the agricultural heartland of America? So I think this is poetic. I always, at this stage of my life, I find that I'm searching for poetry in my life. So this is very poetic that this is our inaugural event on this particular theme, and that we have the good fortune as the American Geographical Society to partner with the University of Missouri St. Louis. So thank you so much for having us here today. Marie?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Marie Price here. So let me say that the American Geographical Society has been around since 1851, and with this long history of basically bringing geography to the world through engaging with government, business, academia, and civil society. And obviously an organization, we began drawing maps by hand on drafting tables, and we've gone a long way since then. But when Chris came up with the idea 10 years ago to have a convening that was thematic, forward-looking, and addressing key issues facing the future of our planet, not into the future, but not so far into the future. 2050 is getting closer and closer as we go along. We've begun this journey, and we have really prided ourselves in bringing people together from different sectors that share a common interest in geospatial, or thinking of the world spatially, but also a thematic interest. So we've looked at the questions of energy, we've looked at food, we've looked at sustainability. Next year we're going to look, or this fall we're going to look at hazards, risks, and finance through a geographic lens. And the beauty of this is bringing together people that don't normally get together and learn from each other. So I'm hoping by the end of this day, somebody's going to get up and speak and it will blow your mind. You're going to look at food and food systems and food production and its links to things like poverty or sustainability or health in ways that you never have before. And that's the value of this format and venue, and we thank you so much for being here. In addition to this gathering, we have other events planned. Tomorrow there's going to be a convening of teachers who are going to speak, work with staff and learn about different aspects of mapping and how do you bring that into the classroom, and so we're excited about that. We want to acknowledge some of our sponsors and partners, so you can, we have a slide for that. Thanks. So this is a barn raising. You've got to bring together a lot of people to pull off an event like this. And some of our key supporters are the Fund for the City of New York, who are our close partners, the Globe Building, where we had a fabulous dinner last night, Teach OSM and Youth Mappers. They're going to be part of the presentations today and the workshop tomorrow, and Geo 261. Thank you, Brian.
Absolutely, and thank you, Brian. Okay, everybody, can we just say this together? Thank you, Brian. Right
Thank you,
there.
Brian.
Yeah, I love that. That's excellent. And next slide, please. So on top of that, these things only happen because someone provides the resources to make it happen. So thank you so much to our sponsors, ESRI, Greater St. Louis Inc., Planet. Next slide. I believe we have a few more sponsors. The Danforth Plant Science Center, not only here as sponsor, but we'll also have some presenters. Pixel, Taylor Geospatial Institute, T. Carter, and I think that's the last slide. So thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to our sponsors. And then over to you.
Yeah. So now I have the great pleasure of introducing Chancellor Christine Sobolik, who is really the visionary behind making this gathering happen here in St. Louis. Chancellor, come on down.
You know, thank you, Chris and Marie. And it is an exciting day to be here with our geospatial community, but also here in the University of Missouri St. Louis. So, welcome everybody to Geography 2050 STL, Feeding Our Future Planet. And welcome to the beautiful Blanche M. Hill Performing Arts Center, which is here on campus at the university. I am so pleased to have you here today as we explore the ways in which geospatial technology can help us address our current and future food needs for a growing, evolving, and changing planet. And I'm also so pleased to partner with the American Geographical Society on this inaugural event here in the Heartland. I attended, as Chris and Marie have indicated, I attended Geography 2050 Symposium in November back in New York City to see what it was all about. Well, to be fair, Brian Monheiser and Julie Murphy, who are both forces to be reckoned with, convinced me that this was my next big adventure. So it was so exciting to meet with the AGS team and to see the engagement of geography and geospatial techniques around a global issue. We wanted to bring this type of engagement back here to St. Louis and the Midwest. So here we are. So thank you, Brian and Julie. Thank you, John Konarski, Chris Tucker, and Marie Price of the AGS. It's so exciting to be here today. So to begin, Do I push this next slide? Oh, so to begin, I guess I do. You didn't think I'd open with this, did you? So to begin, Carl Ortwin Sauer was born in Warrenton, Missouri, a little over 130 years ago in 1883, less than an hour west of where we sit today. He was a Missouri boy and is considered the founder of American cultural geography. 70 years ago, one of Sauer's greatest works, entitled Agricultural Origins and Dispersals, was published by the American Geographical Society. The classical view of agricultural development was humans progressing in stages from hunting and gathering to pastoral nomadism to sedentary agriculture as humans developed in the ways in which to increase the predictability of food in food-scarce situations. These theories have humans evolving from a nomadic lifestyle to one of sedentism or stationary living to be located around their agricultural crops. Sauer theorized differently from this. He stated that agriculture did not originate from food scarcity, but that domestication is found in areas where you have an abundance of diversity of plants and animals, such as wooded areas or where ecozones coalesce. Sauer identified the historical hearths, or fire pit remains, from around the world where different plants and animals were originally domesticated as baseline data for his theory. As an agricultural anthropologist myself, this book has loomed large in my own work and sits in a prominent place on my shelf at home. So you can say, in a way, I'm kind of an old school geographer from way back. If I were to guess, one of the factors that might have led Sauer to this work was living here in the heartland of America. Why do I say that? Perhaps because none of our modern-day modern crops actually originated here. I have published extensively on prehistoric diet, health, and nutrition here in the New World, and I know that wild plants were domesticated by native peoples on this continent thousands of years before contact, and include amaranth and quinoa and wild rice, with turkeys and dogs being the first North American continent domesticates. But the 5 biggest modern-day agricultural outputs, soy, corn, cattle, hogs, and chickens here in the heartland are from China, Central Mexico, South Asia, the Near East, and Southeast Asia. And our other major crops originated even further afield, like wheat from the Euphrates, oats from Asia Minor, cereal rye from Southwest Asia, rice from northern India, the potato from Peru. The long and the short of it is that over many generations of farmers, we here in the heartland have made a series of decisions about what crops and livestock we think work best for us. We have looked at our climate, our soils, the need for our families and our communities, and what we can sell competitively on the larger American and global markets. And in fact, we here in Missouri sell about $1.4 billion in soy internationally, annually. $351 million in corn, $291 million in feeds and grains, and $282 million in pork. And we have a changing world. We add 80 million plus people to the planet each year, the equivalent of 10 New York cities, or 1 Germany, or 13 Missouris, every year, all of whom need food. But we do not have more arable land to use. Climate change is magnifying droughts and famines in many parts of the world, placing more demand on those regions with sufficient water resources to make up for the lack of agricultural production. And man-made crises, such as the war in Ukraine, have created massive disruptions in the food global system. So many factors are challenging the global food system that the United Nations convened high-level special events on coordinating policy responses to the global food crisis last summer and fall. This is big stuff, folks, from St. Louis and Missouri and the entire world and back to the American heartland again. Our role in this rapidly changing global geography of food is central, and it is incumbent upon all of us to understand our role and the contributions we can make to this local, national, and global challenge through the power of geography and geospatial technologies. There is no better place to bring together thought leaders, researchers, optimists, pragmatists, and everybody else than right here in Missouri, the heartland, the middle of America. We have a unique environment here filled with diverse ideas and diverse people. We have major medical facilities, higher educational institutions, both public and private, and companies and nonprofits, big and small. There is a state leader who agrees with me that Missouri is the ideal location to host a convention, a conversation about agriculture and feeding the world. Missouri's Lieutenant Governor, Mike Kehoe, is a leading advocate for Missouri's agricultural industry, and while his schedule would not allow him to be with us today, he has expressed his excitement about UMSL's plans to host Geography 2050 STL right here on campus. The Lieutenant Governor has provided a message to welcome everyone to Missouri, so please turn your attention to the screen.
Hello, I'm Lieutenant Governor Mike Kehoe. Welcome to Missouri and welcome to St. Louis for Geography 2050 STL. I hope you enjoy your time in America's heartland where we are proud to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. Agriculture is the heart of our state's economy, and it's our state's top industry at $93.7 billion economic impact. Missouri is proud to be home to 95,000 farms, covering 2/3 of our state's total land acreage and supporting many of Missouri's top agricultural commodities, including soybeans, corn, cattle and calves, hogs, and turkeys. On average, Missouri farms are about 291 acres, and nearly all are family-owned and operated. In my role as Lieutenant Governor, I am proud to be involved in the agriculture industry through serving as the chair of the Missouri Food, Beverage, and Forest Products Manufacturing Task Force, where we work to grow Missouri's agriculture industry even further through value-added industries with our partners in higher education, commodity groups, and the Missouri Department of Agriculture. Our mission falls right in line with your conference in looking for ways to feed the world with Missouri agriculture. Personally, I am also a first-generation cattle farmer, so I'm very excited and proud that this conversation is happening right near where I grew up in North St. Louis City. Both rural and urban areas of Missouri play a large role in our state's ag industry. St. Louis is a key player in both the agriculture, with many leaders in plant sciences and ag innovation based out of the region, and the geospatial industry, with the NGA West project just east of where you are sitting. There's no better place suited to look at the intersection of geospatial technology and agriculture than St. Louis. Thank you to the American Geographic Society for partnering with UMSL for this important discussion. I hope you enjoy your time in our nation's heartland and St. Louis. God bless each and every one of you.
So we thank Lieutenant Governor Mike Kehoe for his support of this symposium and the University of Missouri St. Louis. St. Louis is indeed a Midwestern city unlike any other. We have a fantastic cultural scene, unlike that, within theater, opera, jazz, botanical gardens, history and science museums, the zoo, the 176-year-old Mercantile Library right here on the University of Missouri St. Louis campus, and Forest Park, our 1,300 square acre backyard, larger than New York City's Central Park. And an unparalleled sports scene with Cardinals baseball, Blues hockey, Battlehawks football, and City SC, the newest Major League Soccer expansion team, as well as NCAA D1, D2, and D3 college teams that make an exciting environment to have fun and compete. There's also phenomenal jazz, barbecue, toasted ravioli, ooey gooey butter cake, Emo's Pizza, and apparently we are home of the vertically sliced bagel. But most importantly is that we have a plan. the 2030 Jobs Plan out of Greater St. Louis, Inc. The plan focuses on coalescing our assets to work together for inclusive economic growth of our region around some key sectors: biotechnology, advanced manufacturing, transportation and logistics, and strengthening our position as the global geospatial hub. With the expansion of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA West, now called NGA St. Louis, here in North St. Louis, we are focused on building out the collaborative infrastructure to support this important industry with the foundational inclusive growth mindset. Last week, we hosted the GeoInt Symposium downtown, the largest geospatially focused gathering in the world. GeoFutures, the geospatial arm of Greater St. Louis, Inc., has our plan mapped out. Our higher educational institutions are collaborating together and with industry partners to maximize our collective talents, knowledge, and know-how. The Taylor Geospatial Institute consists of 8 partners working together to build out the research know-how of our geospatial ecosystem. Centered at St. Louis University, UMSL is a partner. And our own UMSL Geospatial Collaborative is working with many partners to provide the important diverse workforce needed to fuel the expanding industry. Many of the companies that are sponsoring this symposium are also key partners, such as Esri, Planet, Pixel, the Danforth Plant and Science Center, Geo261, T-Cater USA, Greater St. Louis Inc., TGI, Youth Mappers, and the Globe Building. Today, we are here to discuss and showcase how geospatial technology can be used as a foundational tool to help address one of the most important issues we face today: feeding our future planet. And there is no better place to do that than right here in the heartland and at the University of Missouri St. Louis. UMSL is the premier public research institution in the region with a focus on providing access and opportunity to a Tier 1 education and then delivering on that promise with high graduation rates that have placed us on U.S. News & World Report's list of top 100 universities in the nation for social mobility. With our diverse student population that reflects that of St. Louis, and with our high graduation rates, we produce the most diverse college-educated workforce in the state of Missouri and have the most alumni of any institution here in the St. Louis metro. As the geospatial industry focuses on growing the diverse talent pipeline, UMSL is a central player, a convener, a collaborator. We are proud of our role and so pleased to partner with the American Geographical Society, the oldest nationwide geographical society, on this inaugural symposium. As is indicated, I attended Geography 2050 Symposium that the AGS hosted in New York City at Columbia University this past November on the future of food, and frankly, I was hooked. Hooked by their vision to be the foremost champion of geography for the benefit of society. Hooked by the relevant topic which addresses a crucial global issue. And hooked by the passionate people focused on their mission. I am pleased that our conversations led this strategic partner into our St. Louis ecosystem as we focus on developing the geospatial pipeline and infrastructure for the region and nation. We all have a role to play, and I am excited to have this opportunity at our inaugural Geography 2050 STL event to build our knowledge base out, build our future workforce, and to help shape the future geography of food in a way that helps all of us make the world a better place. I think that Carl Ortwin Sauer would be pleased. So with that, I want to talk about our next great event here. In 2021, the University of Missouri St. Louis signed an educational partnership agreement with the NGA, which outlined UMSL's commitment to help create a geospatial talent pipeline for this region. That was also when I became acquainted with then NGA Director, Vice Admiral Robert D. Sharp, who was the co-signer of that agreement. Since then, Bob retired from the Navy, but remained very involved with the St. Louis geospatial community, and last year he agreed to join UMSL, serving as a research fellow with the UMSL Geospatial Collaborative. Bob is an outstanding and generous partner who is helping to guide the university's effort in K-16 workforce and talent development, while working with leadership and staff at the UMSL Geospatial Collaborative to strengthen and expand partnerships. And Bob is here this morning serving as the moderator of our first panel discussion. So everyone, it is my pleasure to introduce retired Vice Admiral Robert Sharp, Research Fellow with the University of Missouri St. Louis Geospatial Collaborative.
Thank you so much. I did not see that coming. Come on up. I didn't know I was going to have a big picture of my bald head up there on the screen. What a great morning, you know, and it is, it's fantastic if you think about the fact that this just started last November, you know, and here we are today. And I can tell you, for those of us involved in some of the discussions, we were like, hey, we should do something together, right? And then it was like, well, what should we do? Well, we should do something. And then we had this discussion on, can we really do something like by June, right? We're like, why not, right? And I love to be around people that are focused that way, right? We use the Nike slogan, just do it, right? And that's what I love about this sort of gathering is the eclectic nature of who you all represent and the fact that you start to meet people that you haven't met before and you start to make connections that didn't exist and you continue to do great things, you know, for this nation and for the globe. So it's just a tremendous honor to be here. I want to thank American Geographical Society and University of Missouri St. Louis for putting together this sort of partnership, right? And just having that conversation on, I don't know what we could do together, but we could do something and we should do something, and then following through and making it be so. This is the first panel of the day, and as I was telling the team, first and best ever, right? We will set the bar high, and I think as you get to meet these individuals, you will see what a great team this is and a great way to tee up the conversations that we're going to be having here today and tomorrow. And they just really represent a tremendous talented group. And it was a personal pleasure and honor for me to be allowed this opportunity to moderate and to have this discussion here over the next 50 minutes or so. If you're feeling left out, like I didn't thank you, I thank all of you as well for being here. So pat yourselves on the back. But I'll also give you a task. Whenever I come to a forum like this, I always challenge every single person to meet somebody, at least one person, that you didn't know from before, right? Exchange contact data, and then remain in contact, right? And grow that network of like-minded individuals that are committed to making the world a better place. So with that being said, we're going to kick right into the panel. Members here, they each have a short presentation, and then we'll do some Q&A if time permits. I want to start off by introducing Miss Abigail Fitzgibbon, right here to my left. She is a product engineer at Esri, and we were just discussing this. Most people just say Esri, and they don't even know it like stands for something. It's like Environmental Science System Research Institute. Esri sounds better. And if people don't know Esri, all you have to say is ArcGIS, and people are like, oh yeah, I know exactly who you're from. She's fairly new to the profession, right, in years, but certainly not in passion. And she's already a recognized expert, which had her speaking on the stage in New York City, and then joining us for this panel as well. She's also a success story of something I'm really passionate about, because she started with Esri as an intern. So let's hear it for intern programs. While attending UCLA, and she found her passion, which is in research related to climate, to agriculture, to conflict, hopefully preventing conflict. And she's the perfect person to stand up here and kick off this session, you know. And We were talking about this. Jack Dangerman, he and his wife started Esri over 50 years ago, and it's a phenomenal story of what they've grown it into. Just passionate people about making the world a better place. And a few years ago, Jack inadvertently at St. Louis University revealed a slogan they were coming out with 3 months after. And he was talking about the power of geospatial perspective and geospatial approaches, or he uses geographic perspective and approaches to see what others can't. And we all went, ooh, that's really brilliant, right? The power of the tools to see what others can't. And he said, forget I said that. I'm not supposed to talk about that. But Abby, if you could kick us off by letting us know how you use those tools, that technology, to see what others can't, and specifically how you use it to understand climate today, projected in the future, and how that impacts agriculture.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bob, for such a warm introduction, and hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be with you all here today. And I'll be talking about, do we have the slides? Wonderful. I'll be talking about a topic that is really close to my heart from a professional standpoint, but also from a personal standpoint. And this is how climate change will impact US and global agriculture, and particularly how we can leverage geospatial tools to help us answer those questions. And like I said, this is something that is personally close to me. So I got my start and my interest in this topic working on farms throughout high school and college. I worked on farms for about 6 years in Massachusetts. And this is a particular summer day. I took this photo myself in August of 2020, and you'll notice the sky looks a little bit weird. In fact, California and Canadian wildfires were almost completely obscuring the sun and making working conditions here pretty hazardous for this particular week. And now this is just a small vignette into the ways that climate will impact agriculture and agricultural labor. And it got me thinking a lot about what are the broader patterns that we can see from this. And wildfire is just one kind of component, but when we talk about the impacts of climate change, we're really thinking a lot about warming, and particularly the impact of warming across the United States. So we all know that climate change will touch every corner of the globe, but when it comes to warming particularly, there are some areas that will be disproportionately impacted. And one of those areas is right here in the central and particularly northern United States. Warming in this part of the region could warm, up to 7 degrees Fahrenheit with our worst climate predictions by middle of century. So when we talk about climate change on these very agriculturally productive parts of the world, we're really thinking about the cascading geopolitical and social impacts that can come from that. And of course, agriculture is a very complex system involving a lot of soil science, labor markets, water, etc., and a lot of geopolitics as well. These are a few projects I've worked on recently. We're thinking about burned wheat fields in Ukraine due to the conflict there. We're talking about the massive control of Russian exports and their influence across particularly South Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. And of course, our climate story. This one is looking at warm season precipitation and how it will tremendously increase by middle of century as the world gets not only warmer, but also a lot wetter. So we have all these new and emerging crises appearing to us in agriculture. But the good thing about it is they're all highly spatial, which gives us the tools to really dive deep and begin to tackle these issues in a geographic approach. So like I say, GIS really puts agriculture on the map, allowing us to spot trends that otherwise wouldn't be visible to the naked eye, or if you were doing this type of work, particularly in just a computer program or an Excel spreadsheet or something like that. So you really need to see the patterns and able to understand how these systems influence one another. So I'll be talking about a little bit of my research looking at the impacts of climate change on US corn yields. We'll be walking you through all the entire process of a geospatial workflow, beginning a good place to start with some satellite imagery, bringing it into a geospatial environment and enriching it with climate and other ecological data sets, and finally plugging it into a machine learning algorithm that will allow us to find correlation between current corn extents and environmental characteristics. So beginning with our imagery, I love this image because it shows us exactly how much agriculture stands out when you just look at one of these true color images. We truly have such a profound impact on our environment. This is a particular cornfield in Idaho. And we can bring it into a geospatial environment and look particularly at what crops are growing exactly where. This is the USDA's USA cropland layer, and everywhere you see in yellow is a cornfield. Bringing in some GIS tools, I can create a sample of points right here. Each one of the points in yellow represents a cornfield, and in each one of those points, I've drilled down to provide environmental attributes. You can see things like mean summer temperature, slope, soil type, etc. So this is how we can leverage geography and a geographic approach to see trends that only really exist when you see them in space. Finally, I'll be plugging this into a machine learning model that will take our extent of corn, compare it to different environmental and temperature thresholds, and then create a prediction. And one of the great things about GIS is it allows us to kind of create this reproducible science. So I can easily modify or swap in and out different variables to test different conditions, and that's what we'll be looking at when we get to the impacts of climate change. And this is our baseline prediction. So running my model with our current climate data, this is the trends we see for current corn suitability across the United States. And it looks pretty much exactly like you'd expect. You can see a lot of the Midwest, and particularly the St. Louis area here, light up in dark green for high corn suitability. But once I swap out my current data for my future data, we see a bleak picture emerge. So this is how corn suitability moves north due to climate change. So essentially, corn is trying to follow the temperatures in which it's comfortable, even as those temperatures move further and further north into Canada. And again, we can see a lot of risk, particularly around this part of the country, most of that risk attributed to the very high jump in summer temperatures. I can run a linear regression and compare my results with our USDA Census of Agriculture data to actually quantify how much risk we have in terms of bushels of corn produced. This gives us a really good glimpse into the future and allows us to bring in the kind of economic and socioeconomic components of this. And finally, like I said, unlike other mechanistic models that can do really precise agricultural forecasting and modeling, GIS gives us the capabilities to easily swap in not only different types of climate data, but also different inputs. So I've rerun my model on corn and winter wheat, soybeans and winter wheat, and we can see the comparative changes between these different crops. So for example, while corn is one of our most at-risk crops due to climate change, soybeans proved to be a little bit more resilient, and finally winter wheat could actually expand and increase in yields due to warming temperatures. And we can see over on the left here, the comparative shifts in those crops. So this is where we get into kind of the economics of agriculture and how it may be more economically viable in, say, central Iowa to switch from farming corn to soy as one crop increases in suitability and another decreases. And finally, I can test different adaptation measures. So here we're looking at the comparative impacts of heat adaptations like early planting and water adaptations like supplemental irrigation. And what's important is we can not only run this for different crops, but these adaptations are highly spatial, and you need a geographic approach to really understand where exactly different adaptations can do the most good. You don't want to plant early everywhere in the United States. You want to target that adaptation to a particular region of the country. You don't want to irrigate across the board if it's going to be wetter in some places and drier than others. You need to geographically target the adaptations that you're going to do to make our agriculture as resilient as possible to climate change. And finally, this work is all possible to be done in different environments. This is some field collection data from Malawi, where I've been modeling maize outputs using data we've collected through ArcGIS Products Survey 123. And I've done this model across the world as well, looking at trends in global wheat forecasting. And just like in the US, running this model across the world paints a pretty bleak picture as well. I'm really curious about how we can use an ecological tool like this, like species distribution modeling, and see its potential geopolitical impacts. We see that in much of the world, particularly in the developing world around the tropics and subtropics, wheat suitability decreases pretty precipitously. But it actually increases in places like Alaska, Canada, Scandinavia, and Russia, which will kind of play out in an interesting way as these places get kind of a greater monopoly on our food system and how that will cascade down to countries that rely on those areas for imports. But I want to leave us on a more hopeful note because I think that's very much warranted. So we've been talking a lot about the disastrous and dangerous impacts of climate change today, but we have a lot of reasons to be hopeful. And as we are sitting here discussing these topics, I think that's important to point out. One of them is we have a lot more and better data when it comes to ecology and agriculture specifically, and we'll hear a lot about that today. We have higher resolution satellite imagery, we have more precise tools that can help us understand these problems and prepare for their impacts. And these tools are becoming easier to use. So for example, the modeling that I have shown today is something that is easily integrated into ArcGIS. Previously, actually just a year ago, you would have had to use a very complex computer programming system to actually do that type of modeling, and it was completely blind, which is to say it wasn't spatial at all. You couldn't see the results on a map, and I'd like to say that that's like doing surgery when you're blindfolded. You can't see what you're doing, you can't see your impacts. And as these tools become easier to use, you can have a kind of more nimble research team that are able to leverage these. You can have your ecologists doing the modeling themselves and understanding the impacts right there. And finally, second to last, we have advances in ag tech. Every single day, we're making huge leaps in genetic modification and how these will make our crops resilient to climate change and high temperature stress. And finally, more awareness and concern. And that's what brings together everyone in this room today. I'm so excited to hear from the rest of my panelists and everyone else here about the different solutions they are all researching when it comes to agriculture and agricultural suitability and productivity. It really takes a diverse set of disciplines to create the solutions that we need to create a sustainable future. And so I'm so excited to hear what everyone else has to say on this topic this morning. So with that, thank you, and I'll pass it off to my other panelists.
Thanks, Abby. See, I told you were going to be wowed and impressed, and I hope we didn't disappoint there. What a great way to kick this off. Really a great demonstration of how we can use technology, right, to be predictive and see how we can improve agriculture and food sustainability in these issues. And I love the fact that while you were in college, you were thinking about the geopolitical implications of that, right? Because it is security. You know, people will fight over food, but if you can predict and make corrections in advance, you can avoid those problems, right? Instead of responding, you can be proactive. Our next panelist, Akash Parekh, who was doing an interview this morning talking about some great business developments and then dashed here to be with us. And I had the pleasure of spending some time with Akash last week. He was a golden ticket winner for USGIF's GeoInt Symposium. That's a great program where you can apply, highlighting the some of your young talent, and they select individuals and bring them in and invest time and energy in professional development to include a mock cocktail hour and all these things. So it's great to have you back out here in St. Louis 2 weeks in a row. And you're leaving today to travel and get around. But we were talking about the importance and the power of geospatial or geographic observations, right? And understanding what's happening where. And Abby was demonstrating the power of layering different data sets and looking at those data sets. And she's talking about the advancement in some of the ways that we observe. And Akash is the Chief Commercial Officer for Pixel. And you should recognize that name because they're one of our sponsors. Thank you. And they are a space data company that's looking at fielding the world's first satellite constellation, commercial constellation in hyperspectral. Right? And a lot of people do not understand what hyperspectral is because it's hard. But it is another example of when you look at things through a different lens, all of a sudden you start to see things that you didn't see, without that phenomenology or that unique look to it. So Akash, if you could just, one, make us educated about Pixel and what you're doing in hyperspectral, what it is, and the contributions it really makes to the agriculture industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, for that warm introduction, and it's excellent to be here. This actually goes back to a few personal roots because I have a background in ag tech, and I've spent years living on farms working with smallholder farmers. So to be able to go upstream and work with Pixel to bring hyperspectral data and that remote sensing data set to be able to take a closer look at what's going on farms is a big part of my personal mission, so I really appreciate it. Pixel started in 2019 when we were trying to use today's remote sensing data sets to be able to model basic environmental issues. So we wanted to take a look at air quality. We wanted to take a look at water pollution levels. We wanted to take a look at stress levels in crops to be able to better predict the yield. And we realized that there was always some sort of trade-off in today's Earth observation data sets. Either the spatial resolutions were too coarse, so we were not able to view a certain occurrence with adequate granularity, or the temporal resolutions were not frequent enough for us to be able to meaningfully monitor change. Especially when things are changing daily on the fields, it's really important to be able to have that cadence. And finally, there wasn't enough spectral detail to be able to discern the properties and materials and chemicals that really mattered. So to be able to catch stress in a crop earlier before it's available physically by when it's too late maybe to be able to fix it, to be able to divide soil into zones and to be able to look at what the nutrition content is for variable rate applications. All of those aspects were lacking, and it was a very expensive and cumbersome exercise to be able to do it through sensors and manual intervention and being able to send deployment teams. So that's really what inspired the Pixel constellation. And the goal was to be able to build a health monitor for the planet, right? To be able to detect, monitor, and predict what is happening around the world every day at an unprecedented level of detail from space. We ultimately realized that we needed a much better class of satellites that can detect and quantify some of the problems that I just listed. So this is a visual illustration of what's seen today. So we can see basic crop health with open source data. We're able to look at, we're able to compute an NDVI index, so we're able to look at chlorophyll levels, the greenness. But what we really need is the detailed pest and disease maps. With basic pipeline, what we really need is to be able to quantify oil and gas leaks, to be able to look at methane and greenhouse gases. And finally, we need concentration maps of harmful chemicals on water to be able to really do something about this at scale. Which is why Pixel is the world's first and highest resolution hyperspectral constellation. In order to be able to make this happen, we realized that we needed 4 pillars to really be sound. One was we needed global coverage, so to be able to monitor multiple phenomenologies, and that covered access to every part of the planet. The second was we needed the ideal spatial, spectral, and temporal resolution. So it's really that combination of things that makes something come to life. So we wanted to have a 5-meter hyperspectral data set. So at a 5-meter spatial resolution, being able to look at 300 different bands and wavelengths, which will give you the biophysical and the biochemical changes in vegetation and crops. And finally, we wanted to have enabled daily global access to be able to look at any kind of emergency response or to be able to look at the sudden outbreak of a pest or a disease on the field. And these events are extremely time sensitive. And if satellite data isn't there when you need it to be able to serve you, then it almost has the opposite effect, right, to the investment that it takes to be able to put these constellations up there. So as a result, we've launched 3 Pathfinder satellites already. So we're the world's first commercial hyperspectral constellation on orbit that's already beaming down data and has been through its commissioning phases. We have 30-meter and 10-meter Pathfinder cameras that are beaming down hyperspectral data sets, and our flagship 5-meter constellation launches in the first quarter of 2024. So to your point, Bob, what makes hyperspectral really special? Typically speaking, we are used to looking at information around us in 3 wavelengths, right? In RGB. That's typically what the naked eye can see. That's what you can see from your phone camera. So you're able to see color, you're able to see dimensions of certain objects. We then have the multispectral data sets, which are what today's Earth observation satellites really cover. So they cover information in about 10 to 20 different wavelengths or channels. So through that, you're able to now start being able to see, for example, what the various land use types are. So differentiating a field from a forest from a water body, for example. You're able to see basic things like greenness. So looking at a few characteristics as far as the canopy is concerned. And finally, with hyperspectral, you have information in hundreds of different wavelengths. This is basically where you can start looking at material science applications from space. And because of this spectral fidelity, you're able to start seeing things that the naked eye otherwise can't see, which is why our tagline is seeing the unseen. So you're able to see biophysical and biochemical changes, aerosols in the atmosphere to be able to look at the presence of greenhouse gases, looking at things like carotenoids, looking at protein or lignin indicators. We all in this room know that there are so many variables to agriculture and why a certain crop can fail. It could be because of farm practices, it could be because of the genetic makeup of the seed, improper fertigation, weather and environmental conditions. So the more you can detect, the more variables that you can start looking at from space, the more holistic your judgment is to be able to do some sort of root cause analysis. And with hyperspectral, we have those many variables that are actually covered in the spectrum. So this is an example of Lake Geneva. So on the left here, you can see the lake that's captured using today's satellites. And this is what the power of hyperspectral is. So you're able to start seeing algal blooms, chemical contamination levels, etc. We cover the 400 to 2500 nanometer range in 250 bands, and we have broad coverage. So we can look at monitoring, states, and we can look at counties, and we can look at monitoring countries. It's not just about smaller farms. And we also have a platform, which is a no-code intuitive environment. So anybody with basic remote sensing knowledge can be able to start looking at ingesting this data, combining it with other data sets to be able to extract insights from it. These are images from our Pathfinder. So this is an agriculture area in Canada. Using and the processed output here, you can see is the amount of color, which actually starts showing you various properties. So again, here you can basically start taking a look at the narrow hyperspectral bands, which allow us to sort of highlight the chemical and the biological changes. So these are the various indices that we've been able to compute. Within this, you can start looking at properties such as lignin, protein, carotenoid, starch. You can start looking at water absorption levels. And all of this before it's physically visible on the crop, which is when it would be picked up by RGB or multispectral. And by then it's too late because stress has basically, it's now come to a point where it's very difficult to be able to fix it. So prevention is better than cure, and to be able to mitigate it early, to be able to minimize the food wastage on the field, we're able to predict all of this stuff much earlier now with hyperspectral. Okay, that brings me to the end of it. Thank you so much.
Picture's worth 1,000 words, and it really does. When you go through those filters, it's undeniable when you see that change, right? You're looking at it from one view, and then all of a sudden you look at it differently, and all of a sudden it's that aha moment. You're like, oh wait, there's something here that we weren't seeing. And once again, just as Abby was highlighting, when you can do things like this, you can be predictive, right? When you look at, here's what it looked like before, here's what it's looking like now, here's what it may look like in the future. Is that acceptable or not acceptable? It's really powerful, and we'll talk about this a little bit as we get into Q&A, just that the way that the world is changing, right, and the way that technology's becoming available and democratized or more available the tools are so people can start to use these things, right, to improve the way that they do business. And which brings us to our next panelist, and Ian Warner, and he's got a really cool title here. I saw he is the Director of Industry Workforce Development, so people things, right? And innovation for emerging technologies, and for Trimble. And I had to admit to Ian that I had not heard of Trimble before, right? And but I went to their website, and there's a great saying on there. It says, "Too much work in the way we work," right? We have too much work in the way we work, and they're a company that is committed to looking at technology and how you use that technology to improve the way we work, right, to the time we spend doing things, workflows, and they do so, which brought him to Trimble in the construction field, when you hear some of his background, but also in agriculture and geospatial, and which is his passion and why he's here today. So if you could make us a little, for those who, like me, who didn't know much about Trimble, talk about what the company does and how you are looking at emerging technologies to continually innovate and improve the way we're leveraging technology to be far more effective and efficient in how we're doing things like agriculture. Thanks, Ian. And he ran with me in Forest Park this morning.
Bob kicked my butt this morning.
No, I
already.
didn't.
I'm still sweating on the way here. How's everybody doing this morning? Doing good? Good. All right, we need some energy in here. Get everybody excited. The coffee's starting to kick in. So, Bob, thank you for the great introduction. Thank you, everybody, for having us here today. And I will give you guys a little bit of background on Trimble. So, we're one of the probably largest technology companies a lot of people haven't heard of. So, we'll try to get you some of the background here as well. How many people were in New York City in November with us? All right, good, good. So I can repeat the entire presentation. Perfect. So Trimble's about a $4 billion company, started in 1978. We were the first ones to take GPS out to the civilian market. So Charlie Trimble actually bought the patent from Hewlett-Packard back in the day in 78 and started the company. And he took the GPS technology straight out to surveyors and kind of served that market. And we've grown ever since. So I think we're on our third CEO in 45 years. Poor Rob Painter took over in January of 2020, so he's already put on 20 years in the last 3, I think, but he's doing great. So, but we have partnerships in almost every country on the planet. We have customers in almost every country on the planet, and we have a ton of R&D and investments, not only here in the U.S., but across the world as well. So we basically divide our company into 4 major divisions: construction, which is kind of my background and where I came from; geospatial, which is what the company was kind of founded on; and then transportation and agriculture. So we'll kind of talk about these in a little bit, but basically what we're using is that GPS and high precision technology to find out exact locations, and then we use that exact location to kind of smooth out the workflows for a lot of these industries that were very tech averse, right? They're starting more and more to accept the technology into their workflows. But when we started in these fields in the 70s, 80s, 90s, many of these industries pretty much gave you not quite the middle finger, but they really did not want to incorporate technology into the workflows. So this is an image of a mural that we actually have in the Westminster campus, and so this is on our agriculture floor. And every day I get to go into the office and look at this. I think it's a beautiful image, and then I get to put on some of the stats here. But Trimble's in over 180 million acres across the world. We've got over 115,000 implements that are actually in our database, and that may not sound like a lot, but I'll show you on the next image why that's really important. And then we go across 100 OEMs, so original equipment manufacturers. So not just the big ones that we know in the US, like Deere and Case and New Holland and so forth, but all the other folks that you might have never heard of, and quite a few in Europe as well. We're actually, we have a carbon market that we utilize for a lot of the agriculture customers out there, so we can actually utilize a lot of the carbon credits and get those credits to the farmers so they can use that as another source of income in addition to their crop health and everything else they're working on there as well. One of our big strengths is the partnerships that we have and our reseller network. So over 2,400 partners just on the agricultural side. I think we have over 1,000 just on the geospatial side, and then several hundred with the partnership with Caterpillar and a few other folks out there as well. So when we're talking about 114,000 implements and then 4,300 platforms that we're going across in the agricultural world, if you think about that, almost every one of these devices have to come into play. So it may not be every one of these devices, but you'll have a combination of these on every implement and every platform that the farmers are actually using out in the fields. So this is a big deal, and trying to make sure all these things interact and are able to communicate using the ISOBus and a few other industry platforms to make sure that they can talk to any different implement across the time frame of implements. So nowadays, a lot of these tractors and the OEM groups are actually putting in a lot of the sensors and the receivers and GNSS receivers, so forth, on the actual equipment before it comes out of the factory. But you still have to think about the tens of thousands and millions of implements that are already out there that we can still update and make technology advances on those as well. So we're talking a lot about, I think we'll hear more about this here later today, but automation in the agricultural world. So we have a Trimble Venture Fund, $200 million fund that we started out 3 or 4 years ago, and the first 2 investments were actually in ag tech. So with Sabanto, they work on swarm farming and farming as a service, and so they actually will take these tractors, they're automated, and take multiple tractors and do the work out in the field on some low horsepower type of technology out there as well. Monarch is another one that we invested in, so smaller tractors going into crop fields such as orange plantations, apple plantations, wineries and so forth, so very narrow wheelbase, and then still automated, so we can automate those, control them from a computer almost anywhere in the world, but you can still jump onto the cab and run the tractor manually if you have to in a worst case scenario. We made an acquisition for a company called Bilberry just late last year, and this one actually utilizes microsensors and cameras and AI technology to actually look at the different crops and compare the colorization, and in real time make the decision whether or not we spray that with herbicide or chemicals or whatever we need to, and we can reduce those usage of herbicides and chemicals down to about 90% in some cases when you're going across a field. So very prescriptive, very precise positioning of fertigation and your other sprays as well. So this is just across the agriculture sector. We actually started doing this in the civil world back in the 90s. We were able to control gigantic machines, earth-moving machines, and when you think about farms, that's one of the main things that they're doing at the very beginning is they actually have to grade out all their different fields so that you can retain the the rainfall and so forth, and make sure you're running your water across the field in a sustainable fashion. So I actually, I came from the construction world, studied architecture, got into construction, worked in the field for quite a while, but I actually grew up on my grandfather's farm in Kansas, in north central Kansas. I'm wearing my, Superman socks here. I'm kind of hiding those from everybody, but, I still relate to Superman growing up on a farm in Kansas. But, my grandfather, he had multiple machines across the entire spectrum, so when you're thinking about automating the machines and the different platforms and trying to combine all those different platforms together, most farmers can't afford to just stick with one manufacturer, right? They go to an auction, they pick up whatever piece of implement or tractor or multiple combines. We always bought two because we had one for parts and then one to actually run. So, the poor farmers are out there trying to figure out what they're doing all the time. But trying to take some of that information and apply it to the workforce development world, I work in construction. I worked in construction for about 15 years on the commercial side. Right now, they're estimating we're short about 1 million workers just in the U.S. alone to work on the infrastructure bill, the IRA bill, the new chip manufacturing bill, right? So a lot of those workers are actually coming from the farms. So a lot of those folks are actually, hard workers. They work from sundown to sun up, and vice versa. But those folks are actually getting pulled from the agricultural world into construction and into these other higher paying fields all the time. So something we're trying to do is work with a lot of teachers and K through 12 educators, colleges, trade schools, so forth, to try to create this curriculum so we can get the kids interested in agriculture, in surveying, in construction, and get them into those fields very early, showing them that there's actually technology in these fields. It's not just plowing with a tractor all day or digging with a shovel on a construction site, that there are some really cool applications where we're using imagery from Pixel and Maxar and Digital Globe and so forth, and we're able to pull that into the real world, locate that with GNSS with really high precision, and then take that information and turn it into workflows and make those entire industries more efficient. So I think that is it, but we'll jump from there.
When you threw up the slide at the end, it said K through 12 and it call to action. I could see a lot of heads nodding up and down in this room. And we'll if we have some time at the end for Q&A, we'll maybe talk a little bit about this, the importance of technology, but the importance of the humans, right? And the investments that we need to make sure our future generation is prepared. And last but not least, Dr. Vasit Sahan will address us. And Vasit I've known for quite some time, ever since I've been coming out here to St. Louis. And he holds several roles over at St. Louis University. He is an associate professor at SLU's Earth and Atmospheric Science Department. He is the director of Remote Sensing Lab. And for the last year, he's also been juggling another ball, which is a big one, an acting director of the Taylor Geospatial Institute, right? And he'll talk a little bit about that. And Vasit, if you could kick us off just with a primer on what we mean by geospatial, but then also talk about why it's such an exciting time here in St. Louis to be involved in geospatial and what the Taylor Geospatial Institute and how it's contributing to this growing ecosystem.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody, and Admiral Sharp and my panelists, and I'm so pleased to be here this morning. So I'm a geospatial scientist by training. I use remote sensing geospatial technologies to address a number of issues in agriculture. I use imagery to predict yield, look at water quality, predicting algae blooms using hyperspectral imagery, all cool stuff, right? And I have a very active research program in looking at improving food security, crop yield, is measuring carbon sequestration and things like that. But today, my job here, as requested by my panel here, is to talk about what is geospatial and what is Taylor Geospatial Institute and how Taylor Geospatial Institute is positioned to address some of those greatest challenges we have been talking about this morning. First, before I get to that question, I would like to offer my pitch for the theme, the topic today, geospatial science and technology and the future of agriculture, right? So we face a grand challenge. And the reality is we have to feed the growing population. To do that, we have to produce 70% more food by 2050. And we have to do this with limited and often actually shrinking water resources, arable land. In my view, the technology is the best tool to get us there, the technology that allows us to develop better crops, so we can increase yield with minimal fertilizer input or water irrigation, right, and things like that. And then so with those imaging technologies, AI, machine learning, we can improve yield, and then we can maximize the profit for our farmers as well with data analytics and those up-and-coming imaging, sensing, computing technologies, right? So only then we can empower our farmers, improve the quality of life for everyone globally. There's those three images here I'm showing. 20 years ago, a lot of the farming used to be done manually by hand. And what does it mean is that we used to pick each seed and put on the ground, right? And then bury with dirt. And then when it's ready, it was ready to harvest, we used to cut wheat stalks, corn stalks by hand, tools, dry them. And like in this photo, and then we use small farm equipment like a tractor or cows, cattle, just ride them over the wheat stalks so you can smash it. Then you have to wait for a nice windy day, just right for separating the wheat kernels from its stalks by throwing them into the air, right? That was the agricultural practices or management we were doing 20 years ago, and maybe still the case. And this image actually, I took that photo, I was there to help my team to separate that wheat kernels in 2006, right? But today and the rest of the world, we moved into very heavily automated agricultural management practices. We use machinery, combines GPS technology, Trimble, all of the great tools, drone satellites, to manage our crops, to improve yield. And future even more exciting for me with AI and also robotics and the tools we are able to develop automate this process of agricultural management. So what I envision is we have drone satellites covering entire globe hourly and anytime. We have images. Those images are automatically processed on cloud, and a farmer can get crop intelligence information in a matter of minutes in a color-coded map. Red, blue, green, good, bad for yield, right? Or you need a fertilizer, or you need irrigation, this part of the crops. And not just that, like disease prediction, right? And then that like protein, fiber, the seed composition, improving that. How do we get improve a meal and by increasing fiber and protein content in crops, right? So that's the type of future I see for the agriculture. Now, this is a little bit pixelated. So what is geospatial, right? We talked about a lot geospatial technology. We often talk about a lot geospatial. What is geospatial? It's a magic special word, and it's an adjective, but we use that for many cases, and to infer the science, to infer the technology, it works because it's so special, right? So there's two components to it. The geospatial science, right? That's a discipline that focuses on studying people, processes, and places on Earth, the Moon, and Mars, and beyond, right? Using spatially indexed time-stamped data sets. That's special right there, spatial index data sets, right? That's important. And it has subfields like GIS, photogrammetry, remote sensing, geomatics, GPS position, navigation, timing. Each of those subfields has its own science, right? That science, the scientists in those areas, they develop tools, the technology we use everyday life, and we also call it geospatial. But the second piece of this is the geospatial technology. And the tools you use, apps on your phone, to track your Uber driver, or track your Amazon package, find your favorite restaurant, or make a phone call you are using satellite communications. And those technologies, geospatial technologies, that are made by scientists in geospatial science, right? So geospatial science and technology combined, that's what we often refer as geospatial. It supports 1 trillion per year global economy, right? So that's the geospatial science and technology that overlaps with computer science, engineering, mathematics, and geology, imagery science, a number of other areas. How they overlaps? Why St. Louis, the location, right? Why it's special? St. Louis has a long history in geospatial. Starts from 1200, right? Cahokia Mountains, Cahokia cities, the center of ancient civilization where grain, agricultural products were shipped to the world from here and was the epicenter of river navigation from that time. And 1804, the Lewis and Clark expedition that mapped the West. And in 1943, the first footprint of NGA in St. Louis started with the production of aeronautical charts by US Air Force. And then next, of course, there are a number of other milestones, but next big milestone was in 2016. Robert Cardillo, the director of NGA at that time, made a decision to relocate NGA West, NGA St. Louis to North St. Louis, and which created a catalytic, excitement, initiatives, and opportunities for many for this town, for this region. So, group of civic leaders, representatives from academia, industry came together to form the GeoFutures Coalition in 2018 some time frame. And then the coalition published its first report in 2020, calling for a number of initiatives to make St. Louis as a global hub for geospatial science and technology. One of which is to create a world-class research collaborative, and you can find those online, right? So what does it mean to be the nation's leader in geospatial or global center of excellence in geospatial, right? And what I see is that St. Louis becoming the epicenter of new innovations in drone technologies, sensor engineering, next generation GPS positional technologies I invented here. That's the future I see in St. Louis. To do that, you have to have first-class, world-class research. And then we are able to attract talent. We are able to bring companies and promote economic development, right? So that's what Taylor Geospatial Institute is for. And we came up with a plan with the community. I presented to the chairman of Enterprise Holdings, Andrew Taylor. And with a legacy investment from Mr. Taylor, we established Taylor Geospatial Institute in April of last year. We are just 1 year old. So And then our vision is to be the nation's academic lead in geospatial research and accelerate St. Louis's development as a global geospatial center of excellence. Our mission is to advance geospatial science, keyword is here, through multi-institutional, interdisciplinary collaborations in order to create innovative real-world solutions to societal grand challenges, which is about food security, which is about national security, water issues, health issues, right? It's a consortium of 8 outstanding research institutions in Midwest, and AMZO is a founding member of the Taylor Geospatial Institute as well. University of Missouri, Columbia, University of Science and Technology, UIUC, WashU, Danforth Plant Science Center, Hartselle State University. It's a SLU-led consortium of the 8 research institutions in Midwest. We are talking about 135,000 students we have in this consortium, 12,000 faculty, right, and research and all of that happening. It represents a strong convener at national global level for geospatial policies, funding, and this, that. So how do we get there? How do we build TGI as the national lead, right? So we have been investing, working hard on a number of areas. Number one priority is to build world-class interdisciplinary collaborative through numerous incentives, postdocs, funding, and many other programs, right? And establishing one of its kind geospatial data infrastructure and investing in talent, and then helping translate research into products and commercial tools. So a number of core areas, pillar areas, one of which food systems. That's what the main theme for this topic, and of core geospatial science. And that's where TGI collectively have a unique national strengths and can excel, be the leader in those areas, and one of which is food systems, right? So, and an impact, this is our 1-year impact. And again, we submit $250 million in external grant proposals in year 1, and secured $15 million, and many of which actually pending. There are many pending proposals as well. We awarded $6.4 million in collaborative research programs and incentives to our partners, hundreds of faculty, hundreds of projects we funded over the year. So that's really to say that Taylor Geospatial Institute, with our collective strengths, with our partners, are best positioned to lead research the nation and addressing the grand societal challenges such as the food security. Thank you.
It's funny because Abigail and I were talking last night, and she said, "Why St. Louis?" You know, one of the things I wish I would have had that slide. And I commend you for working Lewis and Clark and Robert Cardillo into the same timeline. I'm going to start carrying that slide with me, right? So when people ask me, I can just whip that out. We don't have time for Q&A, but I'll plant these seeds with these 4, and then when you see them during the breaks, you can ask them. One, we were talking about the importance of people, right, and investment in the future. And the special operations community has a great saying that I steal from them, but I give them credit. Humans are more important than hardware, right? So if you could, if there was like skill sets that you think are the most important for us to be investing in, what are those? Don't answer now, but ask them during the breaks. And then 2050, what does it look like, right? What looks different? And Ian and I graciously had a ride here from Dr. Rita Amir, and as we were going here, he was listening to GPS, but he got confused. The phone rang, it was Vasset. They were trying to figure out where this place was. That's right, 2 doctoral geospatial folks trying to find here. But Rita shared with us, when he was a student of Vasset's, that they didn't have GPS, right? So when he wanted to go someplace, he would look at a map or on a computer, and then he'd figure out, and then he'd go navigate, right? Very different now. So I'd ask you, what looks different about 2050, right? How do you visualize that? Once again, no time to answer here, but during the breaks, ask these brilliant individuals their perspective on what the future is going to look like. So thank you for this time. Once more, a round of applause for these panelists.
Thank you, Bob. And your entire panel for a great beginning to the symposium. And I know I speak on behalf of everybody here when I thank you for making St. Louis your second home and providing the continuity and expertise with your transition from the director of NGA to helping lead the cause for geospatial here. We're very proud to be able to continue working with you. And now we'll continue the day with the spotlight session focused on using planetary forensics to support food security and agricultural management with Dr. Joe Mascaro, who is the Director of Science and Strategy and Programs at Planet Labs. Joe?
I'm not a crop scientist. This is my domain of science, the jungle. And this is a photo from southern Peru. It's an area experiencing extensive deforestation. And I worked in academia for more than a decade to understand how we could measure things in the field and learn about the patterns of life on the earth. But I ran into, like I think a lot of people in the room, the problem of scale. And even this one fig tree turns out to be quite difficult to measure. Could take you a few hours, actually, to get a good diameter estimate from this guy. And when I came to Planet Labs almost a decade ago, I saw this. This is an island in the Panama Canal Zone called Barro Colorado Island. The yellow dots are guaiacanas trees, individual trees, and they're in a state of flowering. During the dry season there, they turn yellow sometimes for maybe a week, but the combination of high frequency and high spatial resolution allowed Planet uniquely to see this phenomenon, which really hadn't been seen before. So I'm so excited to be here. I first want to thank Chris, John, Marie from AGS, as well as Chancellor Kristen Sobolik, who I learned from yesterday. She and I were influenced a little bit by a particular scientist, Margaret Davis, a palynologist, that I was studying as an ecologist. And I also want to thank Nicole, who many of you have met, who's running around doing a lot of organizational things today, and our various sponsors. But I want to talk to you about planetary forensics and how we can kind of cross the Rubicon of this difficult, necessary field work that almost all of us are doing into an operational Earth data platform that can help us make decisions as a community about things as big as climate change. The first thing we really need to do is measure. And good news, we're doing that in an unprecedented way. The thing on the left is the classic Keeling curve, the term trend in the deployment of Earth observation satellites. Observational data from space is only one dimension of the new network of sensors that we've been able to deploy as a society, as a global society. There are a lot of other dimensions to it. Planet is a participant in this deployment. We have a constellation of over 220 CubeSats, about the size of a loaf of bread. They're the very satellites that took that picture of the flowering trees in Panama, which I find amazing, a satellite you could hold in your hand. We also have a high-resolution constellation called SkySat, and future constellations in hyperspectral called Tanager, and an additional high-resolution constellation called Pelican, slated for deployment later this year. But this constellation sits within a much broader context of space operations, of public sensors that we all, I think, in this room have been using for decades in some cases. There's a huge NASA operational fleet. There's an enormous fleet of Earth observation sensors from the European Space Agency. And then much closer to the ground, there's a whole new diversity of sensors that we can deploy on the ground. Sometimes we call these proximate sensing devices. I think it's of interest, actually, that they, like our eyeballs, are sensing devices, that none of these data sets actually provide us with truth with a capital T. But they do give us a landscape of different sensor observations on the patterns that we're looking at in the world. And, you know, it maybe seems a little bit outside, but we're also, of course, pointing those kinds of sensors at the stars. This is the European Space Agency Gaia mission. I think appropriately named, like Lovelock's Gaia hypothesis of circa 50 years ago, which suggested at the time that the whole planet may be functioning as essentially one large organism. There are a lot of biological challenges with this theory, many of which have been addressed over decades, but recently, David Grinspoon is among several people that have noted that it's pretty clear now that we are essentially constructing a Gaia-like organism of the planet. When you start thinking about building these and interacting these monitoring tools together and making global decisions about how to drive policy related to carbon dioxide emissions or methane emissions or agricultural practices, and the level to which those filter down granularly into local communities like the one right here in the St. Louis region, it's pretty clear that we're probably on the cusp of something like building a Gaia, a kind of operational Gaia. As Director of Science Strategy and Programs at Planet, I'm very focused on scientific discovery. That's my remit at Planet, and it's one of the reasons I'm here at UMSL. This is a lab actually down the road at St. Louis University, but I think it serves as a good proxy for a typical remote sensing science laboratory anywhere in the world. It's a part of the process that if you're in commercial industry, if you're at the NGA, is sometimes difficult to see if you haven't personally been there, which is why I'm so excited to yesterday, for example, see the Globe building where students and faculty members are having increasing opportunities to be in extremely close proximity to industry and create spaces like this that are almost hybrids of the academic discovery laboratory where ideas would be created in a kind of ivory tower, but have them be created in proximity to actors in industry who are going to filter down and make decisions. I want to run through and just very quickly a real survey of some of these kinds of examples. The first one I want to show you, actually, sorry, one more slide. This is the broader context for how Planet is working with these types of centers of excellence. The TGI that Vasset just described to you, headquartered at St. Louis University and with the constellation of partners here in the St. Louis area, is the largest currently of Planet's partners of academic network around the world across more than 150 institutions with more than 20,000 users in different countries. But let's take a look at what kinds of discoveries these folks are making. And bear in mind, these are the kinds of discoveries that are happening usually without the pressure of generating commercial products or business opportunities. Sometimes they're happening accidentally, as science often happens. Sometimes people are innovating something that they thought would solve problem A, and it turns out to be astonishingly useful for problem B, which turns out to also be pretty much how all technology is created. So I mentioned these flowering trees in Panama, and you might think right away that doesn't have a lot to do with agricultural science. It turns out it does. The methods being used by different labs, one at a university in Australia, a university in Belgium, a university in California, are looking at the timing of the phenology of the vegetation, and in the case in California, using it to understand almond yields. The timing and strength of flowering events, just like the ones we saw in Panama, are, it turns out, beautifully correlated with almond yields. And overall, these patterns allow, in the Belgian case, for example, the ability to discriminate between individual canopy tree species, sometimes at the species level, sometimes at the genus level. The method behind this is very similar to using spectral temporal changes over time to discriminate between different types of crops. People working on air quality modeling at a university, actually Duke University, a Swedish university, there's a similarity here right away. Intersecting multiple data layers in different dimensions, much in the way that Abby showed you this morning, and building a spatial modeling stack where you can essentially build a decision-making tool that derives from a series of input data sets, right? And really the science of it is figuring out how to get those input data sets to talk to each other so that at the end, you end up with an air quality monitoring tool that could tell you what estimated PM 2.5 is in the atmosphere at a particular place on a particular day. So the others I'm going to run through a little more quickly. This is water turbidity, I think critical to this audience due to the influence of effluent from agricultural practices. We can now measure with satellites the suspended sediment loads in harbors. This one on the right is from Venice Harbor during the COVID lockdown. So of the insert on the right there, the half on the left that looks yellow and red is typical Venice water turbidity. The stuff on the right is during the lockdowns when boat traffic was eliminated. Patterns of life, I won't go through all of these, but one that deals with agricultural practices is this one in the center that looks at the behavior of pop-up markets, again, as they were affected by the lockdown. So this is sort of a supply chain pattern of life monitoring capability. Again, built in a research lab, not ready for prime time, if you will, sort of early work, but promising work that allows us to think about how we might integrate this type of product with agricultural data sets. And looking at the vegetation, which I think is a more obvious focus of our talk today. I want to actually jump ahead and dive into one of these vegetation case studies because I think it reveals how discovery plays such an important role in what we're building together as a community. When Planet first launched its CubeSats, they had a very good radiometric quality, but not nearly as good as it is today. And one of the things that agricultural scientists, in this case in King Abdullah University of Science and Technology in Saudi Arabia, looked at the intersection of Planet data with public sensor data sets in order to understand this radiometric variation from multiple observations. And they were able to fuse those data sets together to essentially create a metadata set that reflected the trends of multiple different types of sensors. It's of interest to me in the discovery context because they might not have had to do this if Planet data already resembled Sentinel-2, for example, in its radiometric characteristics, which today it does because we've been improving the hardware. So when they were faced with this challenge, here's the radiometric look. I won't go through all the details, but the older and now entirely deorbited Dove Classics, or deprecated, they're some still in space, but they're no longer providing products, have those 4 spectral response functions that you see in the middle. And you can tell, those of you that have a remote sensing background, those are not ideal. All of the Doves in space operating now and producing our operational products going into our customers are the Super Dove in 8 spectral bands. And you can see how we've altered those spectral configurations to align them more with this public sensor data set. This was an insight that was driven by customer requests, but also community consensus around how to improve the hardware. And the agricultural innovation that I noticed there was just showing you was that these scientists essentially built an algorithm to allow you to align all of these data sets to one common radiometric standard. This is incredibly powerful because it shows us how we as a diverse community of academics, of commercial actors, can begin to build consensus around truly what is the state of the Earth. And I don't mean truth with a capital T. I mean, this is the best state that we know the Earth. Here's our accuracy assessment today, and let's work as a community to iterate and eventually crush down that accuracy. This is a short example of how this fusion algorithm works. If you think of this Jenga tower as occupying a single pixel on the Earth's surface at, say, one of those intersection points of a Jenga piece at the bottom on the surface of the Earth, and as you as a remote sensor, whether it's with satellite imagery or drone imagery, you're collecting observations that are focused on that particular space over time, you will never have a perfectly homogeneous, identical observation space. It's just the nature of remote sensing, orbital mechanics. What this algorithm does is take a look at the available observation and use statistical inference to try to fill in the gaps. An analogy would be if you're driving a modern car and it has a GPS and it has a speedometer and it has an accelerometer like your phone, and you're perhaps driving along the coast of California and you go into a deep tunnel and you lose the GPS signal. Does the car suddenly wonder if it's in South Korea? No. Why? Because those data sets have been modeled together so that the absence of one, like if you didn't have SAR imagery this day, or the absence of, oops, I didn't get to the field and collect my drone data this day, allows you to basically put those sensor consensus together in order to create a really clear and concise trend. This is really, really powerful. It underlies a lot of the work I'm going to briefly show you at larger scale once these kinds of tools have been deployed. Planet's engaged in building planetary variables, which are these higher order information layers, things like soil water content, land surface temperature, crop biomass, and a roads and buildings indicator. And although the widgets are different, to a degree, they all have some similar component of essentially vacuuming a lot of disparate information and trying to achieve a statistical consensus about what is the state of the world. And so as a result, when you add new stuff, like you set up a new field project and you're able to validate a particular component of your work at a particular site, this kind of information can be eventually in the aggregate incorporated into this product space. Here's an example, and back to what's close to my heart in forests. Through a recent acquisition of a company called Salo, Planet's now invested in building a forest carbon indicator layer. This one actually functions very similarly to our crop biomass information layer, in the sense that I suppose it runs on a similar sort of conceptual engine of how it's able, as I said, to consume a lot of this disparate sensor information, integrate it, produce a single standardized layer with some indication of accuracy. In agriculture, we've seen scientists across this large community deploy really fantastic insights into large-scale activities on the Earth's surface. This is a look at national scale crop boundaries in Ghana. What's of interest here is that as a smallholder, primarily agricultural system, these data sets, this represents the, if you will, decomposition of hundreds of terabytes of information down to the best estimate of where the field boundaries of tiny tenth of a hectare or half hectare smallholder agricultural fields would be. And like all of the studies I've shown you already, it relies not just on Planet data, but a lot of different remote sensing and sensor inputs. And similarly, and I think finally, if I've got my slide track right in my head, a look at the effects of the war in Ukraine. And here, using very similar methodology, ability to discriminate between different crops. This is work led by NASA Harvest through a partnership with Planet, such that, astonishingly, from space, the effect of the war on agricultural production is plainly visible. This white line represents the state of the front at the time that this data set was created. And what you can see is this kind of darkening of the crop layer around that line in Planet data. This is unharvested fields, fields where it was simply not possible to harvest because the conflict was so intense in those areas. Okay, so I'm out of time already, but I'm going to just give you one slide. I'm trying to put all of this together. Thanks, Nicole. I think that when we build community engagements like we're doing here today, it's important that we think about our own expertise in the context of the multidisciplinary nature of the expertise in this room. And I think that as we build the way, for example, Vasset was just showing us, these kinds of engines of discovery, it's important to remember how critical they are to have a space to allow that discovery to happen. And I think I'm so delighted to see UMSL deeply involved in creating the formation of that space in the context of these various commercial actors and other government actors in the region. Because what this means is that each person's specialty in these different steps that I showed you, and so far Abby's the only one I've seen that has a specialty across the whole thing here, what she showed you this morning, allows the kind of really deep technical scientific discovery to take place such that by the time we get to let's build a crop yield dashboard, we're able to pull in these multidisciplinary actors for consensus. I'm going to stop there and toggle to this ending slide. And thank you very much for your attention. Appreciate being here.
Thank you, Joe. We're very appreciative for the sponsorship of Planet. And now we're going to take a break and get something to drink. We'll reconvene back here in 30 minutes at 10:40. Our next panel is proof that the Heartland is not just the place for geospatial leadership, it's also the home to some of the most creative geospatial innovators in the country. To lead off this panel, we are grateful to Mr. Frank Hopper, who is the Managing Director of Capital Innovators. Frank?
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for coming back after the break. I hope that you all kind of refill your coffee cups and some water. I think this panel is going to be really exciting. We're going to start by having each of them talk a little bit about their companies. They have some slides prepared for everybody, and then we'll move into some Q&A, and we might have time for Q&A from the audience, so be thinking about your questions, and we'll tackle those as they come. So we're going to go ahead and kick things off. First up, we have the Chief Revenue Officer of AWA, my bad, Carlos Hirsch.
Thanks so much. Should I go to podium? Yep. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Hirsch, Chief Revenue Officer for AWA. And a lot of people have issues pronouncing that name. And I want to give you a little background before I get to all the slides. But we, as a mission, as a company, we want to mobilize the world's economic knowledge. And the way we're doing that is by building the best farming ecosystem data cloud. And back to the name real quick about the company. There are two sources of the name. One is the tree on the Avatar movie. So that tells you we're a startup company that started a few years ago. And the other version of the name is a Japanese word that means harmony, and that's part of what we do as this mission, which is mostly, and looks like, it's a mission of organizing and structuring data that today, as we saw in the morning, and I appreciate the panelists earlier today that explained a little bit more about the use of sensors in agriculture and how agriculture is actually changing around the world. There is a lot of data out there, not just sensor data, but also field data, machinery data, and all other sources of data you can imagine. And there was a term that was used a lot around in the industry about siloed data. And the siloed data gives you an impression that this data is all nicely organized and taken care of. And we kind of changed that term a little bit, and we talk about orphan data. And the reason for that is there is a lot of data out there, but a lot of people don't even know who owns it or who it belongs to, and how do we keep all that data talking to each other. And the real value of doing analytics with data is having it structured and organized. So that's our mission at AWA. Quickly about the company and where we are. So the company started about 9 years ago in Argentina. Today we are a US corporation based here in St. Louis. Despite most of our team still in Argentina, our developers, but we do have a growing team in Brazil, and here in the US we're growing our team as well. 50% of our market is here in the US, 50% of our revenue, about 30% of the revenue in Brazil, 20% in Argentina. And if you look at the map and some of the comments that were made in the morning about crops, if you put together US, Brazil, and Argentina, you have 90% of all the soybean acres in the world. Just 3 countries. And 50% of all the corn acres in the world. So that gives you an idea of the distribution and the importance of those acres around the world and how the impact of that around the world is. So obviously a lot of the companies focus on row crops and in general in agriculture have a very big interest in these markets, and they are usually their largest markets as well. Moving on a little bit about what we do and what we built. We built this product called AWA Vault. It's our platform. And the way that it came about, a little bit like John mentioned earlier, that sometimes innovation comes, you try and solve problem A, and you come up and solve a whole different problem. We developed this platform for ourselves because at the beginning, the company started doing what's called microplots soybean breeding. So these are seed companies that are developing new varieties of soybeans around the world, and they have to test them out, right, to make sure that they are selecting the right varieties. Obviously, that takes time. Usually takes 6 to 7 years to develop a new variety of soybeans or corn. And by applying remote sensing, which is what the company was doing at the time, we were able to accelerate their data collection and increase by a lot the accuracy of that data. How was that done previously to that? You have breeders that are the ones running those trials, go into the field, taking notes, gathering them back into their spreadsheets, applying statistics and trying to determine what is the best variety. Using remote sensors, mostly in this case were UAVs, we were able to keep that consistency across millions of these plots. Just to give you an idea, just last season we closed very close to almost 4 million plots of soybean breeding alone of data processing ourselves. That is, to give you an idea, quick math, we have to be processing 20,000 plots a day to match that in a year, and that does not happen in a full year. It's a lot shorter than that. So as a company processing all this data for this very multi-million companies, we needed to make sure that that data was organized and structured, so we built our tool for ourselves. And turns out, talking to these breeders and other crop scientists, they also had a problem putting these big puzzle together with all these separate puzzle pieces from remote sensing, machinery data, soil data, weather data, and we said, well, you know what if we turn the product that we built for ourselves into a commercial product and solve this problem for the industry? So that's how AWAVault came together. So AWAVault is this core platform that is now crop agnostic. So we launched this about 1.5 years ago. Now we're doing helping companies with crop protection trials, which is fungicides, herbicides, fertilizer companies, and even the crop companies. We're doing trials and helping farmers as well with sunflower, watermelon, tomatoes, wheat, barley, you name it. We can handle that data. And the part of the solution is, and why other systems maybe that were in the market before weren't so successful as we are so far being, is they used to look at data first and then try to correlate those tabular format data into geospatial, or trying to relate that to a location in a field or a country. We took the other approach. We went back and said, let's do geospatial first and be that my unique building block to then start bringing tabular data to it. So we can name, it could be a small microplot, a big plot, an entire field, or a management area, which is very common in precision agriculture in a field. So we can ingest massive different kinds of layers. They can come from machinery or from precision ag tools. We can overlay that over trials to have a better understanding of what those results are. And not only the visual, but also the tabular data associated with those images. And then we can apply data analytics. Yesterday there was a comment about, and I think it was John too, that said, asked ChatGPT about a source of the data that he was getting as an answer. You can only do that if your data is organized. So that's what we're trying to solve for these companies, where they now can apply analytics from our own library, and we're expanding that library in the next couple months with partnerships of other companies that develop specifically analytics for GIS layers, for tabular data, apply that into our platform. So in there, you'll be able to see all in one place. You'll be able to see your drone imagery, your satellite data, your soil data, your field notes, everything in one place. It also has a mobile app that comes with it, because field notes are still very, very important for phenotypic notes, disease notes, and others that synchronizes back with the platform. And it all comes down to an area in the system that's called the data management system. That pretty much is a spreadsheet in the cloud, kind of a pivot table in the cloud, where the very first column there on the left is every one of those building blocks I mentioned earlier. That it could be a plot within a grid, it could be an entire grid, or it could be a management zone within an area. It's a geospatial entity that starts gathering data. So throughout the season, from pre-planting all the way to harvest and even post-harvest, you can collect data from multiple sources, and each one of these columns could be weather data, soil data, and all the other kinds of data that I just mentioned to you, machinery, and we can integrate with a lot of those common existing data layers. And in addition to that, by requests of some large farmers that we're working with, we're also integrating financial data from their ERP. So that will try to close the gap between agronomic practices and ROI. So this is basically the model. We look at data acquisition, data management, applying analytics, and then being able to share that in a common format across, if you're looking at a company like Syngenta, which is one of our customers, you have an R&D team, and they might have their own R&D database, and then you have the product placement team, which have their own database, and then you have the marketing team that has their own database. And sometimes those don't talk to each other, just because they have different formats sometimes and different information. Here you'll be able to common base all that and share that information across. And obviously at the very end, once you have the data organized, then it's easy to build dashboards. So because it's all geospatial, you can click on the map, select the data, very interactive information gathering, also some statistical data can be shared and observed. And then you can go back and understand, okay, why is this outlier coming out like this? Why is this data looking like that? You can go back and look at the drone imagery, special image from maybe your planter or your harvester, any of those correlations that today it's really hard to look. So that's a quick intro about what we're doing. Again, welcome questions later, and thank you for inviting us to participate on this event.
Thanks, Carlos. Up next, we have the CEO of Zeo Air, Bronwyn Morgan.
Good morning. Well, I am the other part of this puzzle in the drone space. I'm an FAA certified drone pilot, FAA safety rep, and FAA drone pro. And I want to talk to you about how we're solving this whole issue of data and drones, but also with a twist. So at Zeo Air, our whole focus is really providing the tools for data analytics, data collection, for monitoring, inspection, and security, both with humans and also with autonomy. And so right now we have huge problems. I think we've heard that all morning. And so we're looking at $2 trillion in broken infrastructure. Weather disaster damage exceeding $100 billion. Critical infrastructure is challenged with these particular threats and risks, and also climate and environment. And there's also a lack of American-made equipment and software, and I'm going to get to that in a second. So what I'm finding that the industry needs is simple online mission management for companies that are outsourcing their missions for drone services, single source data collection, also deep learning and data analytics, and we're building that out right now so that we have a model that provides not only the data capture, but also deep learning so that we could be better prepared to share with our customers what we're noticing and what we're gathering, and providing them much more pinpointed, detailed, and accurate information as quickly as possible. And also touchless operations for remote locations in very dangerous terrain. Also American-made or St. Louis-made. The sectors that we focus on at Zeo Air are critical infrastructure, civil infrastructure, climate, environment, and then also disaster response. We've flown some of those missions already for companies like Airbus Aerial around disaster, where we had to go in at the last minute and collect data with a very changing environment based on weather, based on other aircraft in the environment, military installations nearby, to capture data both for government response immediately for evacuation, as well as things like erosion, so that they can determine over time, is this going to be a viable area both for private sector and for community-based planning. And imagine a world where all this kind of data is needed and drones are deployed, the data is processed on the drone, and no human pilot is required on site. Well, that's where we're going here at ZO Air. So we are an outsourced AI-based drone services data analytics, as well as mission management portal for enterprise inspection and mapping. And what we're delivering right now, of course, are human pilots, because we've not yet cleared, as an industry, all of the FAA requirements for beyond visual line of sight using tools like detect and avoid. Long story, I'll tell you that during Q&A if you have those questions. But also an automated network so that you don't have to have people right on site to do this work when data is needed very frequently. 5G enabled, we will be BVLOS compliant, and with the right drones and sensors to meet the needs of the customer. And then also, we are working on building our own drone, so that I can actually do what I need to do during critical moments across these sectors. Because if it's infrastructure inspection, if it is during a disaster, I need a weather-resilient drone that operates at the edge of what physics will allow. And that's what we're working on. There'll be one for us, a Lexus version, and then there'll be a Toyota version for the market. We've talked to some customers who are very interested both on the government side and then also on the commercial side to have equipment that is American-made, American-based software systems as well. And I know as a drone pilot, there are a lot of things that I need that I can't find on the market, and we want to be able to provide that. And then also our freestanding remote drone towers, so that we can actually place our towers in remote locations, hard to reach locations, with nested drones, 5G enabled, climate secure, as well as able to perform in an environment with energy, both from a natural perspective, and we'll have to have backup resources as well. So this data can be captured, processed, sent back to our servers, and then also analyzed for customer delivery. And there will be also a mobile app too. But we are working on these things right now because we recognize that from an agricultural perspective, but for us that kind of falls under climate and environment, we've got some pretty big challenges in front of us with food supply, food security. I think you've heard that today. The nice thing for me is that we're all on the same page, but with heavy precipitation, agricultural runoff, and I attended the University of Illinois with a minor in agriculture, so this is very close to my heart, and warming temperatures, we've got a lot that we need to fix. And in the drone business, because I am low altitude with very high resolution and able to utilize hyperspectral, multispectral, thermal, infrared, and LiDAR, I'm able to get data in some of the most challenging locations, but at a resolution that's so incredibly specific. And that's what we're excited about, being able to do that very quickly, above canopy, below canopy, depending on the environment of vegetation that we're in, around glacial areas. We're able to provide that in addition to what we're doing with critical infrastructure. And the reason why we chose these adjacent categories of climate, environment, and disaster and infrastructure is because we believe this data, especially around climate, will have a huge impact on infrastructure, as I think we well know. And we want to be able to analyze that data and help the customer better understand why some of these things are happening, whether it's telecom towers, wind turbines, solar parks. We'll be able to provide that data as well. We're also partnering with a company where we're going to be able to provide micro-based AI weather so that we can tell weather at a pin drop, not general weather, but very specific weather right here over this building if we need it, so that if we're flying a mission, we can know if we go or no go, but also that data will help inform us on some of the changes in weather patterns and climate that are impacting that specific location. And then also, the other big focus for us is disaster, and being able to have pre-positioned teams, both human and then autonomous, to be able to go out and actually assess what's happening in the world of, wildfires, drought. I know we're about to face one here in Missouri, drought. And this is very serious stuff that's all happening right now. And so we're working on providing those solutions as we speak. Because we know that over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see dramatic changes, and so we want to get after it right now. And that's what we're here to do, is to provide that support both to the commercial and private sector, as well as to government entities. Whether it's NOAA or whether it is Ameren, we would be able to provide those services, leveraging location-based data to pinpoint the problems, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and then also the equipment that is needed back at our command and control center that will help us analyze and then also perform remotely and safely. That's it. I'm Bronwyn. This is ZO Air, and I look forward to any of your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Bronwyn. Up next, we have Nick Reinke, CEO of Habitaire.
All right. Thank you all. I get excited hearing these other folks talk because I see the dots connecting immediately with what we do, and that's one of the cool things, I think, here in St. Louis. I'm Nick Reinke, CEO of Habitaire. And at Habitaire, we are an advanced science and technology company dedicated to building the infrastructure to support sustainable agricultural production in the context of a changing climate. So like the introduction of AOA, Habitaire for us, it's creating a sustainable habitat and on the land, terra. So before I get into what we do as a company, I'll tell you a little bit about who I am and where I come from and why I care about this topic. So this is the family farm back in Lisbon, North Dakota, that we affectionately refer to as Poverty Flats. And those guys in the top right corner, that's dad, grandpa, and uncle. And I got to tell you, those guys weren't thinking about climate change. They weren't worried about that. They were paying attention to changing weather patterns. They were adapting their farm and their practices and maximizing their productivity. But a lot of the things that we're looking at today with environmental markets and all these different impacts of ag that we're getting wiser on, at the end of the day, they're still worried about how they steward that farm for the next generation, even in the context of all these big global movements around climate and marketplace development. And that's where I think a lot about that fourth generation. That's me and my brother down in the bottom right corner. He's taking over the farm for the first time this year. Really, really wet spring. He got a planting season that got condensed down to about 2 weeks for him as a solo farmer to get 1,500 acres of crop in 2 weeks of planting, and really crossing his fingers that it didn't keep raining. And that's just what he's facing. We keep talking up there about abnormal seasons. And the reality is abnormal is the new normal, not to use that cliche, but that's where these things are headed. So that's why I get excited about the work that we do. So I'll take a second and create a little bit of context around this. So I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with climate markets, climate targets, but there's a lot of press on it. I think the key components of that can sometimes get lost in the ways that companies talk about their targets. So at the end of the day, that chart on the left that you're seeing here, see your screen left? Yep. Chart on the left that you're seeing here, that one's from McKinsey, but that's generally reflective of the latest in climate science, saying what we need to do as a planet to stave off the worst effects of climate change. So when you hear a company make a climate commitment, generally speaking, any corporation that's making that climate commitment is going to be roughly aligned around these targets for their own corporate emissions footprint. So about a 50% reduction by 2030, aggressive target, of course, given that we're already halfway through 2023, and net zero emissions by 2050. So on the right there is a breakdown of scopes of emissions for companies that they're looking at. And those scopes are scope 1, which is going to be within a company's operations, so like owned facilities and emissions associated there. Scope 2 is going to be energy sourcing. How is their energy produced? What are the emissions with the energy that they used? Scope 3 is going to be everything upstream and downstream. So from our perspective, scope 3 is where agriculture lives. And agriculture is a huge share of most companies' emissions if they're doing anything with agricultural commodities. So won't spend too much time here, but a quick touch on, there's a lot of terms that get thrown around: offsets, insets, value chain interventions, things like that. Just a couple quick examples of companies that are directly working with agriculture in two very different ways. So Microsoft is one where, you know, there's not a lot of corn going into their computers, right? But they have purchased offsets from agriculture, so focused on soil carbon removal and storage specifically. Actually, in my role prior to joining Habitaire, I was working at Tritera, and that was kind of a mind-blowing experience for me coming from the farm, that we negotiated a deal for Microsoft to basically pay farmers to store carbon in their soil on behalf of Microsoft. So it's a cool mechanism, but the thing that I'm most interested in and that we're most interested in at Habitaire is looking at the actual value chain. Like, let's tie these real world outcomes and impacts to climate to the real world commodity as it moves through the value chain. So you see companies like PepsiCo making really aggressive commitments in this space, and with good reason. The single largest share of emissions across all scopes of emissions for PepsiCo is agriculture. They don't have great ways to directly influence that. They're experimenting with how to inform farmers as to improve practices, but they also need to be able to gather the data that substantiates their claims and creates confidence in how they talk about what they do. So as I mentioned, some of these drivers are really focused around soil carbon. And it's interesting, there are really incredible things that we can do with the soil, so that's really exciting, but that's just one tiny slice of the overall picture. We need to look at more than just soil carbon impacts. We need to look at the holistic picture of what does this do for farmland productivity? What does it do for sources of emissions like nitrous oxide and methane, with agriculture being far and away the largest emitter of nitrous oxide and a major emitter of methane, both of which are more intense greenhouse gases than carbon dioxide. So we got to look at those things, and also things like water use and nutrient use efficiency. How many of these nutrients are actually making it into the plant versus being lost via emissions or making it into a waterway? And I saw hypoxic zones mentioned there. I mean, that's a huge thing that we need to think about in agriculture. So that's really what we do at Habitaire. We're not just looking at soil carbon. We're not just looking at productivity. We're looking at the full net system impact above ground and below ground. All sources of emissions from agriculture. We're able to monitor and verify practices. So if a farmer is looking to improve tillage, add a cover crop, potentially improve yield in the context of reduced fertilizer application, we can monitor and quantify all those things. And we do that at very large scale. So our founder, Dr. Kai Yuan at the University of Illinois, is really the key person behind this technology, with a lab of about 30 PhDs and postdocs that he's working with, and doing some really, really cool things with pulling all these systems together. So that's where I said I get excited about these other fine folks on the panel with us, is, you know, we could be one of those tools on the AOA platform, and we could definitely use some of that hyperspectral drone data as an input to our model. So that's where we pulled that data together. And we're not just using remote sensing. We're not doing anything, honestly, that crazy special. Like, we're using a lot of publicly available satellite data, but it's the way that you fuse that data together, combine that with process-based models that are replicating the whole plant growth process. And then one of the things that we do that I get really excited about is we are continuously reconstraining our model to actual field level observations on a daily time step. So we can say, we can estimate with accuracy how much photosynthesis happened in that particular cornfield on that particular day. So rather than just looking at vegetation indices, we can continuously reconstrain the model to what's actually happening in the real world, thereby making our yield forecast a lot more accurate, but also saying, okay, what happened with that carbon cycle of carbon dioxide coming in through photosynthesis and then plant soil respiration, and ultimately what stayed in or left the soil. And as you can imagine, that's really computationally intensive, so AI and ML processes to speed up that computation. With that development, we've gone from field taking upwards of 3 days in a CPU to about 30 seconds in a GPU node. So it's incredible what you can do when you get those computational efficiencies. So we're working across millions and millions of acres today. So a little bit broader picture of the team. The best technology doesn't deploy itself. You need these wonderful, wonderful people that I get to work with. Decades of experience in agribusiness, ag policy, and all things around ecosystem modeling in agriculture. So just a brief mention on some of the things that we've done. So recently, I'm sure most people in here are familiar with USDA Climate Smart Commodities. So we're honored to be a partner on one of those grants. So we'll be quantifying outcomes on upwards of 3 million acres over the next 5 years, working with a number of different commercial customers. And we are really excited to be here in St. Louis. That's actually a major thing for us over the last year. What brought me here and ultimately Habitaire here. I got to give a shout out to the wonderful people at Arch Grants. We were an Arch Grant recipient last year. And it's been just a great experience to be here in St. Louis. So I love pulling the different aspects of ag tech and geospatial together. So with that, I will wrap it up because I really look forward to hearing some questions from the group in here. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. All right, and last but certainly not least, we have George Whirl, Director of Deep Grain. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. So I'll do things slightly differently today. What I want to go over to you is kind of a story of how the premise behind Deep Grain came about. So we're going to start off in rainy northwest England. Chris is laughing over there. Then we'll talk about big data in agriculture, or maybe something a little different take on that. And then a prophetic red line that in most years can do my job better than I can do it myself. So this is the Sackville Street building in Manchester. I walked in and out of this building many times during my graduate career, and they don't grow any corn in this building, but what they do is grow great physicists. Rutherford was based here. That's where he did his work for the Nobel Prize. And also, if you've ever had a CT scan, medical CT imaging was developed in this building. I went there for electrical engineering. And when I was there, I was exposed to a professor named Bruce Grieve, who had just come out of industry and agriculture. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do in terms of a career, but he's saying, look, there's a bunch of great sensors. We're working on them. Come along, and we'll talk about these kind of things. And so we started reading papers and talking about, okay, satellite remote sensing, this kind of stuff. What are the applications in agriculture? And I started to read more and more about your different kind of crop production forecasting systems. And they're published regularly in academia, and you'll read different papers on them. You can kind of group them into two different types. You've got your weather-based forecasting and your satellite-based forecasting. And as a young grad student in electrical engineering, I was thinking, great, we've got millions of samples, millions of data points. We can just plug this in, and we're done. What I didn't know at the time, and I would learn later, is there's a few assumptions we make in a lot of these crop production forecasting models that don't actually hold. And I'm going to go into that a little bit more a little later on. So this is what people are doing when they're building these systems. They're essentially trying to forecast one end-of-season number in terms of either national, regional production, or county-level yields. This is the 2021 yields for corn in the US. And if you want to be a corn county when you grow up, you want to be Delaware County, Iowa, which is the black square in the middle there. Those guys are the kings of growing corn. Last year they had 260-something bushels per acre in water-fed, rain-fed land. So what happened next is, okay, I'm reading about these models, I'm learning about these different systems, but I realized I actually know absolutely nothing about agricultural production systems. And I didn't make that realization myself. My professor told me it. And so he said, why don't you go do some more schooling at somewhere where they do a bit more agriculture? I thought, great. Luckily enough, Florida said, okay, would you like to come down? And the great thing about Florida and many institutions around the US is we have this land grant system in this country, which means we have extension agents working with professors, working with growers. And unlike in England, where there's not too much interaction between researchers and farmers, here, especially at institutions like Florida, you've got extension stations where you can drive out and you can see research being put into action in the field. And then you can see farmers coming along and inspecting and having conversations with extension agents about how it might impact them. So one day, it was 4th of July, 2021, I drove out to the Florida Panhandle to Jay Research Station. Jay Research Station is so remote, I wanted to put a picture of it up here. There are no pictures online of Jay Research Station. But they grow a bunch of different crops there, Panhandle, Florida, and a friend of mine was out there for 6 months doing some trials. He was doing industrial hemp trials. And it was his second year there, and I said, all right, what's going on? You've got your field, you're growing a bunch of varieties. Why are you doing it 2 or 3 years in a row? Why can't you just take all these different fields, stick them into a model, and then we can just kind of model what's going to happen next year. You don't have to come back to Jay. And I remember a sunburned face, and in his German tongue accent, which, because again, a lot of us in agriculture coming over from Europe to learn here, he said, George, there's no such thing as big data in agronomy. He said, you think I'd be getting sunburned face in this station in the middle of nowhere in the Panhandle, Florida, if we could just build a model by growing a bunch of stuff, sticking it in, and see what's going to happen next year? I thought, interesting. So I went back and I started looking. I said, well, how does this apply to what I'm trying to do? So this is what people are trying to forecast, and in the middle we've got Delaware County. But this is the correlation in corn yield in counties across the country with Delaware. This is the correlation in any given year over the last 20 years. And I started to realize, hang on a second, if these are all correlated, and even the differential year to year is correlated, are we making assumptions by taking each of these counties, if we're doing regional and national production, and saying they're all samples and they're all independent samples, we can stick them in? So the premise of deep grain came about from this one conversation in Jay, which is that rather than having millions of labeled samples, especially when you're doing national production, you really only have about 40 growing seasons worth of data. And each one of those is one sample. And you might have millions of data points, but it's still one sample. So what we do at Deep Grain is we try and make smaller models. We start with crop physiology first. So we go right down to the plant science level, and we build up our models based on how the crop interacts with the environment. And there's a great history of research in agronomy and how this works, and many process-based models that have absolutely no machine learning and are just based on the physiology and genetics. And we work together to fuse those models, those physiology models, with existing machine learning techniques to try and make more robust forecasts. So that's simple, right? If I just go up to a customer and I say, hey, we do this crop physiology thing, we can do it better than the competitor you're paying for right now. Well, it's not that simple because this big red line is the trend line in yield for corn over the US since 1970. And last year, this was less than 2% off what national corn yield was. So in an easy season, any model can pretty much get it right. You can get a ruler and a pen, and it's only in these abnormal seasons that we start to see differences in what forecasts are happening from different companies. And I would imagine, but I don't have the data, that subscriber counts for these forecasting companies probably look like this line as well, this black line. So I was speaking to a few of these clients, and they're saying, well, we've already got this corn and soybean solution. Can you do anything else? And I heard from several different clients, can you do cocoa? And I was thinking, well, why don't anyone else also offer cocoa right now? It's because there's almost no data on cocoa production around the world. So our main product right now that we focus on is a cocoa production forecasting product for West Africa. And because we go from a crop physiology first approach, we can start to provide slightly more information on the conditions on the ground during any given day. And that's useful because less than 40% of West African production has any origination information. And all we get is a number that arrives at San Pedro, Abidjan, and other ports in the region. But because we've started from this physiology-first approach, we're able to offer these kind of products that other people can't if they're relying on that millions of samples, millions of labels approach. So I'll leave you today with a question which I'd love you to answer for me if I see you around the floor later on. Is there a crop you wish were forecast but currently isn't possible? If so, I'd love to talk to you about it. Thanks very much.
Awesome. Thanks, George. So we just had 4 great presentations on 4 great companies that all have one amazing thing in common. They are located here in St. Louis, in the Heartland. So I want to start with a question around that. What, for those of you that started here, or for that sort of relocated or opened your next office here in St. Louis, what was the tipping point? What was the deciding factor to be here in the Heartland? Let's start with you, Carlos.
Okay, thank you. For AWA specifically, it was about investment. One of our early investors, the Yield Lab, it's here in St. Louis. So this was a seed investor. So that's how we came in base here. I was already here. I'm a transplant from Brazil, former Monsanto employee. So I was already in town. But for the AWA, that was a decision.
Awesome.
Grew up here, been gone for a very long time, and came back for family reasons. And I'll never forget one day I was like, well, I can't, run companies in Atlanta and come home and do this effectively. And I was walking up the steps while visiting my mother, and I heard something on the news about this geospatial thing. I was like, wait a minute. So I remember walking backwards down the steps to kind of catch the news. And I was just like, wow, I couldn't have planned that any better. And so then I was like, well, this is perfect. So I opened up an office, and we were one of the founding companies, founding startups at T-Rex, and they've been awesome. And we have offices in Atlanta, but you know, as a Midwest kid, University of Illinois, this was great. So, yeah.
Amazing. Nick?
Yeah, already mentioned Arch Grants, of course. But to be honest, you know, Arch Grants, it's really helpful, but it's not necessarily about the money. Depending on the stage of the company, it's not necessarily a transformative amount of money, but what really attracted us to St. Louis is we operate at that nexus of geospatial and ag tech. And I don't know that there's a better city in the entire country, borderline the world, for the convergence of those two things. Didn't hurt that our founder and a lot of our science team is about 2 hours away, right? So that's helpful at the UIUC. But yeah, it's really about the network and the connections here, and it's amazing. You just bump into so many people. I mean, this panel, I wasn't sure, you know, what the commonalities would be, and right there, you know. So it's been great for us so far.
I have to agree with Nick. I don't think there's a city in the world that does geospatial and agriculture combination better. Why I came to St. Louis was I was at a conference in Malaysia presenting some geospatial ag research, and I was telling someone about this idea for deep grain, and he just turned around and said, well, if you're going to do geospatial agriculture, you've got to move to St. Louis. And so, oh, interesting. And I'd heard of the town. Didn't really know anything about it, and I looked it up, and then 6 months later, I got in my car, drove from Gainesville, Florida to St. Louis.
That was excuse me, that sounds like a pretty tough sell, George. That was awesome. So interesting, mostly for pretty unique answers, but each of you probably, there's probably some overlap with all of those factors and how they interact with each of you. Let's take a step deeper into what it's like operating your business here in the Heartland. Beyond what you just said, what are the advantages that you, as a business owner and operator, are able to capitalize on being here in the Heartland that you wouldn't be able to somewhere else? Any takers on who wants to go first? I won't put Carlos through it again.
I'll start again.
But he volunteers.
Well, I mean, my previous answer, obviously, that was the kick start to be in St. Louis, but obviously being able to stay in St. Louis, right? Sometimes you're invited to start in a specific geography, but it has to make sense economically and also based on your business outreach. So definitely being in the Midwest, most of our customers today I can reach basically on a car drive in about 6 hours from here, and I can reach probably 90% of my customers. So easy to get around the Midwest. The other thing is there are companies based here in St. Louis that are important for our business, but like was said before here, these connections with other entities in town and education institutions, technology institutions, that has been very key for us as well. Like I mentioned on my presentation, we're expanding our analytics library with partners. And one of those partners was a company that was here in St. Louis. I had no idea they existed. They were introduced to us about 2 months ago. And fantastic company, and we're in discussions now to have a partnership with them. So I think that combination is really what keeps us in St. Louis, and we'll definitely continue to grow here.
Yeah, I would say that people get it. There are only a few areas in the country where people are really focused, for me, especially on the drone side of things. But on the geospatial piece, you know, I don't have to explain that. And I go other places, they're like, what? And trying to help them understand the overlaps of photogrammetry and geospatial data use cases. And I think the second part is that people are hungry here and are interested in new tech. And I'm seeing this whole geospatial ecosystem really ramp up quickly, like extremely so. I think if it wasn't for COVID, we definitely would probably be where we are now, 2 years ago. But yeah, and I think the ease of meeting people, you know, my relationships and partnerships are across all academic institutions, it seems here, and also growing in the private sector. So yeah, I think people here get it and they're hungry.
Yeah, I would definitely echo the hunger piece that you mentioned there. It's really great, you know, if you're running a tech startup and you're in Silicon Valley, you are pounding on people's doors, asking for help. You are one of so many, and it's just, you know, it's a different environment. And then there's an authenticity piece as well that, you know, the farm boy in me has a really hard time with companies that are telling farmers how to farm that have never been out of California. So, you know, being in a place where it's full of people that are authentically dedicated to the space, to seeing these companies succeed, and then just that passion of everybody that I talk to, it's, you know, we're not beating down people's doors to help us. They're beating down our door to find out how they can help us and introduce us and guide us and provide resources and things like that. So I really love the passion that this community has for seeing companies succeed here and stay here, hopefully. So.
For me, it's proximity to places like the Danforth, UMSL, SLU. So the models we build, we really try to pull from the latest published literature, but that's great if you're just reading the PDF, but what we can do is walk down the road and have conversations with scientists who are working on plant science research that we will actively try and integrate into our models. And having, particularly Danforth just down the road, means that you can have conversations with people who are doing that day to day, which really makes a difference when it comes to integrating stuff faster, but also getting opinions. So I could read something and I could say, look, this looks interesting, and then I can phone up someone I know at Danforth and ask them, hey, what's your opinion on this area here? Do you think it's worth pursuing? And I get a really immediate feedback that is informal but also informative.
That's great. I think, so I heard two kind of buckets there. Proximity certainly still matters. I was thinking about this question beforehand and thinking in a post-COVID world where Zoom, everyone is very well trained on Zoom, although we can still not come off mute. We are used to it, right? But it still matters a lot. We still need to get in the room with people, whether it be researchers that are helping us further the product or clients. It still matters a lot, and maybe even more so here in this. And then everything that's happening with geospatial in St. Louis. The fact that people are hungry around it, I think, is incredible. Big conference last week, and I've been hearing it probably for about a year, where people start to say, there's really something here, there's really something here. And then I heard it more than ever last week. People say, things are happening here. Like, it's actually happening, it's coming off the paper. It's, so that's amazing to see, and even more amazing that it's impacting your businesses in a positive way. I think that's everyone's goal, so that's great. Next, let's think about how, so we have a room full of people, not all of them are from the Heartland. How can they get engaged with your companies, with the Heartland in a meaningful way, with innovators here? How do you envision that partnership? Got it, Carlos.
I'll be last.
Okay. Any takers?
Sure, I'll take a shot. Yeah, so, you know, we're always looking to learn from people that are anywhere in the ag tech and geospatial space. But as I mentioned, for us at Habitaire, we're really looking at climate impact and how that translates across the ag value chain. So I would say anybody and everybody that's in a place where they're thinking about that, which is going to be any food and agriculture company, absolutely should be thinking about that, and most of them are at this point. We want to learn, you know, what is needed, what are the gaps, because these solutions are certainly a work in progress. So we're always looking for that kind of feedback and, of course, potential partnerships. But more than anything, it's, you know, as we're scaling and trying to create an impactful solution, yeah, just the more feedback, the better. So I'd welcome anybody to reach out and come to great events like this. Like, I feel like there's new events every week. George and I were just talking about, like, man, how do you prioritize actually getting your work done when there's all this stuff going on? But yeah, just show up at events, get curious. I think there's a lot we can do together.
I'll go next. You know, for us, it's pretty clear. I'm looking to scale, so we're looking for customers, both on the government side as well as private sector, who are seeking drone services, and then also investment. If you got your checkbook in your bag, can write it out to me. But, so that we can actually go and deeper develop the autonomous systems that we're working on. We already have a lot of the partners on engineering capabilities. And then also this piece on deep data. We want to go a little deeper than any of our competitors are going, so that we can provide very rich data, but that's very quick. Like I said, processing data on the drone, right at the edge. And I sit on a couple of committees with many of the senior executives in telecom, and we're working on testing standards and capabilities around 5G for communications, real time, or as close to real time as possible. So, there's a lot of innovation going on in this space right now. So yeah, for us, it's zeoair.com, BMM@zeoair.com if you need me. But yeah, these are the projects that we're, missions that we're looking to fly, and the partners that we want to work with that'll help us scale and grow. Right now, we are, domestically based, since me and my team of pilots are all FAA, so we're, governed by the U.S. regulations. But I've been getting approached by some folks outside the U.S. where we will probably sell product or equipment, but from a service perspective, I'm like, let me kind of get the U.S. figured out. And then we had a conversation with an agency that works out of space, and I think you might know who that is. They're like, can you do this on the moon and Mars? I was like, I just want to get the Earth right first. But yeah, so we're open. Thank you.
I would say, really that question I had on my last slide. So I love talking about different crop production systems, and specifically in regions that right now don't have ground survey infrastructure. One project we're working on right now is mapping cocoa production in South America, because it's not really that much information in where exactly it's grown to the plantation location. So if you have like a specific crop or something that you're even just interested in, not commercially, but you're looking at a research project or an area that you care about in terms of food security, just come up to me and have a chat afterwards. And if you don't reach me today, deepgrain.com is where you can find the contact information.
Similar to everybody else here, but I'm going to use our hashtag. We want to AWA your data. So don't be shy. You'll be amazed at companies that I get to talk to. They're sometimes multi-million, sometimes multi-billion companies that still within their R&D departments and other groups are still depending heavily in Excel, pivot tables, and PowerPoints. So don't be shy. Reach us at the awa.ag website, and looking forward to working with you. We're also looking for investment. So as any other startup, we're growing. Like I said, our teams here in the U.S., in Brazil, in Argentina, and looking into going to Europe and Asia after next year. So we're here. Thank you.
I have one more question, and then we have about 8 minutes left, so we might have time for one from the audience, but if not, please hunt these guys down and ask them. So our last question, we were kind of speaking to the folks that are visiting from out of town. I want this question, I want to talk to folks that are in St. Louis that are building this ecosystem. As we're doing that, as we're building this ecosystem, what do you need next? How can the ecosystem better support you and your business as we continue to grow?
I mean, it's pretty much what I was sharing. Yes, pretty much the same. We love our academic partnerships, looking for, going a little bit deeper in that space. But, it always, for startups, it always just comes down to opportunity and being able to then partner. I think, having worked in startup ecosystems, in Georgia, worked out of Silicon Valley for a while in different capacities, it's so important for startups to be able to be a part of the community where private sector or other entities that startup is targeting gives them an opportunity for proof of concept, investment, because that's how startups grow. And so those opportunities are so valuable, even if they're small, to large, but also then resource sharing at times where it could be a skilled individual that has a certain skill set that the startup doesn't have from a mentoring perspective or some kind of advisory perspective is also critical and important.
Just got the signal from Nicole in about 2 minutes left.
2 minutes?
Nicole is the boss. So.
All right, well, I can't help but jump in on this one, so I'll make it quick. Yeah, completely agree with kind of the opportunity to pilot, and one interesting thing that can happen there is entities can help large companies basically de-risk piloting something with a small technology. It gets to be really resource intensive for us as a small startup, as well as for the company, to kind of negotiate this kind of squishy, what are we actually going to do together here? How do we scope a pilot? That kind of thing. You end up spending a lot of time just scoping and trying to get it off the ground where both entities can easily benefit from it. So some form of matchmaking, I think, can be really valuable. And then the other thing I'll say is a challenge is we raised seed funding last year. We're looking to probably move to a Series A later on this year. But as I'm looking at strategy around that, there's some great investors around here, but we don't expect to stop at Series A. We expect to be Series A, B, C potentially, and see how that goes. But when we look at having investors throughout the journey, it's really important, I think, to have a great relationship with an investor that can kind of come along with you in that journey. And that's one of the challenges that we have in this ecosystem is just kind of that full spectrum of investment. A few areas are pretty well covered and a few areas have gaps. So that's a challenge that I throw to the community. We might not have those investors primarily located here, but just to create St. Louis as a true hub for that and think about that full funding journey for companies that are going to scale aggressively, I think would bring a lot of value to keeping startups here as they grow so they don't outgrow the community.
I would say, just as one final note, if you know any companies that are involved in ag and geospatial, send them to St. Louis, because the big thing that I've found is beneficial in this ecosystem is just the chance encounters at different places. I'm based at T-Rex, and some of the best conversations I've had in St. Louis have just been at the T-Rex bar at 5 p.m. on a Friday, where someone else comes down and they say, "Oh, how you doing? Yeah, good. What are you working on?" And then we end up being there for 2 hours talking about different things, all geospatial. So I think, it's just what would improve is just getting more companies in and keeping those conversations going and growing.
I'll wrap it up real quick. I just want to actually thank the St. Louis community, investors, the ecosystems, 39 North, and all the other groups that I've been involved with in the last several years. Because since I left Monsanto, I've been kind of a beneficiary of that, me and my family, obviously. So I've been in this startup community for years. This is the third startup I worked in St. Louis. And my wife also works for Benson Hill for the last 6 years. So both are totally, a fruit of this and being able to stay in town, not having to go out and move around the country or outside the country to find, something that really helped us grow and grow our family. So I really want to thank the entire community here. Thank you.
All right. They're going to kick us off the stage, so we got to get out of here. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, Carlos, Brown, Nick, and George. That was great. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the geographer of the United States. Lee Schwartz is the 9th geographer of the United States, or GOATUS, as we affectionately call him, in the 102-year history of the office. He is considered to be one of the world's foremost geographers. He and his office are responsible for providing guidance to all federal agencies on questions of international boundaries and sovereignty claims. But beyond this official role, Lee has used his skills and influence to add a geographical dimension to virtually all facets of government operations. And I suspect if you were to ask him of what work he is most proud of, he would respond with his groundbreaking work on using geospatial tools and technology to assist in solving the wide range of humanitarian concerns and problems that our government assists with around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to present Dr. Lee Schwartz.
Well, thank you very much, John. And I want to thank UMSL and Chancellor Sobolik for hosting this event with the American Geographical Society. I think it's also time to thank Brian Monheiser. He hasn't been thanked in about 2.5 hours, I think. So allow me to, I know how hard he works helping out on a whole host of things. And I had the distinct pleasure of actually lecturing at his son's geography class virtually during COVID. Michael Faust is here, which is his teacher, and I'm happy to say that he's going to be teaching AP Human Geography next year at the high school level. And I think we all owe a vote of thanks to our educators. Both of my parents were educators, and I think more than anything, if we're going to solve the future of a host of problems in the world, it's going to be up to our teachers and educators. So let's give a big round of applause to them. And I'm sorry I can't stay for the workshop tomorrow. So looking outward as far as 2050 is not really core to the work of the Department of State, where most of our diplomats and policymakers are focused more on imminent events and issues. And it's not really, food security is not really my wheelhouse either. So I've decided to talk more about something I do know about, and that is conflict. I'm going to direct my comments today towards conflict at the global scale, not a heartland perspective, because the work at the Department of State is, of course, working on our foreign policy and looking at some of the challenges we face worldwide. Conflict today remains the largest single driver of food insecurity globally, and there are more food insecure people in the world today than ever before. And in fact, the 10 worst food crises in the world have all been caused or worsened by conflict. 70% of the hungriest people in the world live in regions that are affected by war and violence. So I said that the State Department is not typically focused on long-term issues, though I, of course, would argue that peace and conflict resolution is a long-term issue and challenge. But we are fortunate in the Office of the Geographer of the Department of State to be providing weekly intelligence briefings to both the Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, and the Special Envoy for Global Food Security, Carrie Fowler. And both of those diplomats are certainly looking forward in their roles. I actually just spoke with Dr. Fowler yesterday and told him I was coming out here. He said he owes a visit to St. Louis, so you might see him here in the near future. And he's working on a couple of long-term strategies. One of those is what is called the Roadmap for Global Food Security, and another was just recently announced, which is called the Vision for Adapted Crops and Soils, or VACS, which focuses on adapting underutilized nutrition crops in Africa specifically for climate resilience and soil conservation and restoration. And Secretary of State Blinken recently identified global food security as one of his top legacy priorities. And just 3 weeks ago, Secretary Blinken spoke at the National Academies of Sciences during the presentation of the 2023 World Food Prize, which was established to recognize global peace through agriculture. In acknowledging the winner, Heidi Kuhn, not Heidi Klum, who heads up the NGO Roots for Peace, Secretary Blinken emphasized that food security is essential to global welfare, security, and peace. And it is worth noting that Heidi Kuhn was actually not present to accept the prize because she was working on a landmine demining project in Azerbaijan. It's very difficult to till the land if it's filled with landmines, and there are literally hundreds of thousands of square miles of landmines around the world today. So getting back to the title of my presentation, if feeding our future planet is not about more food, then what is it about? So not wanting to bury the lead any further, feeding our future planet is essentially an issue of equity. This says next slide. I did it. So Chris Tucker, who recently wrote a book called The Planet of 3 Billion, would probably argue that feeding the future world is more an issue of population, or at least population is central to that. And as you can see there, by 2050, the world's going to be almost 10 billion people. And if we successfully fed 90% of the world, that would still leave us with a billion hungry people. And by 2100, in some predictions, Africa is projected to actually pass Asia in terms of the number of people. And I think Africa is a continent that is certainly worth focusing. Population increase in Africa in rural areas will increase by 50% by 2050. And that will not only increase the challenges of rural hunger, but will also drive further rural to urban migration. So it's a compounded problem we have. If we want to focus on Africa right there, you can see the steep curve there compared to Asia, and most of my talk now will probably end up focusing on Africa because that's the part of the world that my office focuses on most. I should say that the Office of Geography and Global Issues is in the Bureau of Intelligence Research at the Department of State. We have a division that focuses on cartography and boundary analysis. We have another division that does more traditional intelligence analysis on global issues such as food security, water security, public health, infectious diseases, human rights. And then we have, for the past almost 20 years now, we established an unclassified division of the office called the Humanitarian Information Unit that focuses on complex emergencies. And the maps I'm going to show today are maps that were produced at the unclassified level, obviously, by our Humanitarian Information Unit. So I think even more alarming than the population statistics, however, are the trends in undernourishment, because not only is hunger a challenge and obviously famine becomes a crisis, but undernourishment is a tremendous challenge for productivity, as everyone here I'm sure is well aware. And even as we are doing better in terms of the prevalence, dropping the prevalence of undernourished people, because of population increase, that means we're still adding more undernourished people each decade. So that is another trend I think that is alarming. I had in my office 2 years ago a Jefferson Science Fellow. It's a great program that the State Department has on attracting senior scientists to be in residence at the State Department for a year. I actually have Dr. Jason Knauf from St. Louis University, who was in my office last year. So I want to recognize him. And 2 years ago, we had Dr. Robbie Richardson from Michigan State, who's now at the Interior Department, and he contributed a chapter to a book that focused on Africa and the mega trends that you see up there. I think you can read them for yourself. I think it's no news to any of the crowd here that these are the trends that affect, I think, all of the food deficit places in the world today at a global and local scale, and those are challenges that we need to meet. So putting equity at the top of these challenges, I think the whole issue of equity will remain the greatest challenge to food security, but we also have the issues of availability and access, how to make best use of food through diet and nutrition. And then what I will focus on for the rest of my talk really is the stability issues here in terms of, in particular, a variety of different shocks. And what I don't have listed on that slide, I think, is perhaps one of the greatest challenges, and that is good governance. Again, nothing on this slide will be a surprise to anybody. These are drivers of food insecurity, and I kind of equate food insecurity with stability in my comments today. So we've got soils, we've got climate change, obviously. Pests are a tremendous problem, as are invasive species. Pests, locusts, a lot of times you have unintended consequences of good intentions, such as trying to eliminate the locusts in East Africa with pesticides that actually killed 20% of the bee population and really inhibited the pollination that takes place and diminished agricultural productivity in the region quite a bit. Natural disasters, obviously, with climate-induced intensity that we're going to see in the future. We've got disease, and we've got the economic shocks, most recently with COVID-19 that brought a lot of these issues to a head. So we have these multiple drivers that synergistically contribute to food insecurity. They're complex, they're interrelated, and they're compounding. And then, of course, in the department I work in, we're most concerned with national security related to food insecurity. And what I try to drive the conversation towards, particularly with my intelligence community colleagues, is to have the recognition that human security is actually national security. Otherwise, it's very hard to, fit a crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo in the heart of Africa, and why we should be concerned about hunger there. I think eventually in an interconnected and multipolar world like we have today with globalization, we have to consider that human security and national security are very intertwined and almost equivalent. And as our Secretary of State said, food security is essential to global welfare, security, and peace. So all of these issues are issues that we try to look at in my office when we're addressing issues of food instability as it relates to global insecurity and human security around the world. And so what I'm going to show for the remainder of my talk today are a series of maps that demonstrate the work that we do in my office, since that's something I know about. And sort of I've got some eye candy for you. When Chris Tucker asked me to give this talk, or actually when he told me to give this talk, I said, well, I don't really focus on food security. He said, well, just throw up a bunch of slides from the HIU that you've done on food and talk around those issues. So that's kind of what I decided to do and contextualize it with my comments. But some of the challenges we have is our data. You know, everybody, when you're putting a map together, you don't want to have holes in your data. And so it's a challenge in my office. We're very concerned about the integrity of our data. We're very concerned about the accuracy of our data and making sure that our sources are reliable. And sometimes you have to use surrogate data. Sometimes you have to have holes in your data, and sometimes you have to caveat the information because when we're looking at food security, a lot of times we're using surrogates because we don't have current information always. I remember when bread riots were taking place in the what do you call it now? In the Arab Spring, not the Arab Spring. Is that right? All right. We were looking at some analyses that were looking at the bread prices, and they were retroactively looking at bread prices, saying we should have been able to predict a lot of the riots that were taking place in North Africa and the Middle East at the time, because the bread prices, once the bread prices increase, the populations get a little upset because they get hungry and they can't afford their bread. But the bread prices, you don't know the bread prices. A lot of the data aren't listed for another, a couple of weeks or even a week. And that's too long of a time for people to be hungry. So it's easy to kind of retroactively recreate, some early warning, but realistically, it's very hard to get that when soon enough to take preventive action. So these are important things that we think about whenever we're putting together our maps. And a lot of the maps we do support multilateral negotiations at the United Nations or the G7 or other meetings where we can provide unclassified place maps that actually sit in front of our negotiators when they're discussing many of these issues, including food security. And then obviously the biggest, that last bullet is a mouthful, but that's what we're dealing with when we're dealing with food security. Chronic instability, natural disasters, conflict and wars, climate change-induced natural disasters, lack of access to basic health care and water, sanitation, and hygiene, poor governance, and corruption. All right, that's a mouthful, and intentionally so. Okay, so now I've got some eye candy for you. Here's a look at global acute food security, and you can see on the map, it's very clear that the most food insecure areas of the world are the areas that are most conflicted. And you can see the chart on the left. I believe I can blow it up a little. All those areas that are at risk of famine or acute food insecurity are areas that are in conflict, almost all those areas. And then the drivers are multifaceted and also convergent. Economic shocks, climate, weather, national disasters, and actual armed conflict. Focusing on Africa with the same data, again, very clear that this is a continent that bears most attention in terms of trying to make sure that by 2050, we're doing a better job of feeding the most insecure, food insecure people in the world. And this particular graphic shows undernourishment as well. This is a kind of a favorite of mine. It's a series of maps we've done over the years that we call Conflict Without Borders. And you can use this to demonstrate lots of different issues. We do diseases without borders, You can do soils without borders. You can do climate without borders. The whole point here is that when you're looking at data and when you're looking at programs of assistance, most of those are designed based on countries. A particular NGO or UN operation is designed to address a problem in a particular country, but the problems we're talking about here, including the problems that are related to Hungary, don't really respect international boundaries. And that's a challenge in terms of compiling data for maps. Another example of where you have multiple countries with similar challenges, including in this area we have Lake Chad, or what's left of Lake Chad, and in fact Boko Haram was doing a lot of illegal fishing in Lake Chad, and a lot of the population in this part of Africa relies on fish as an essential protein. Also in coastal West Africa, there's a lot of IUU fishing that is depleting the fish stocks and also taking a lot of economic value away from the countries themselves when they're fishing in their territorial waters or exclusive economic zones. Recent map we did on Sudan. We do a lot of early warning in our office as well, and the best indicator for where conflict is going to break out statistically is where conflict is already in existence, and Sudan is a good example of that. The conflict there right now. We have our diplomats meeting for figuring out how to monitor the ceasefire, how to provide humanitarian assistance, a host of other issues there. And we have a series of maps we've produced at our Humanitarian Information Unit based on some work we were doing looking at downstream impacts of COVID-19 throughout Africa, economic impacts, and we've translated that rather easily into looking at food security issues for a variety of different issues a variety of different countries throughout Africa. An area near and dear to my heart, South Sudan. I did a lot of work there, both in South Sudan and Darfur over the years, looking at refugee returns primarily and humanitarian assistance. And I love this picture because I was actually on a barge that was returning that was going down the Nile from Juba to Bor with Dinka Bor refugees from the Democratic Republic of Congo who were returning to their home region. They fled as refugees with a few head of cattle, and they were coming back literally with tens of thousands of cattle onto land that agriculturalists had occupied with no land tenure system in place, and it was not hard to predict that this would lead to conflict. Horn of Africa, an area obviously of chronic instability and food insecurity. Our UN ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, just announced last week, I think $524 million worth of aid to the Horn of Africa, and relied on some of our MAP products in discussions with her colleagues. Another map showing, one we showed malnutrition, another one we saw, we're focusing more on famine, potential for famine. So these are the topics on the right are what we try to focus on, where, how many, and then what other context. That's the critical part. That's the most important part. That's what we usually direct our products from our policymakers' priorities when they ask us to place it in a particular context of their negotiations. Then there are some forgotten places. Madagascar is one of the most food insecure and natural disaster driven countries in the world. You don't hear much about it in the press, but governance is a problem there as well. Obviously, I think everybody knows what's going on in Tigray, or what has gone on in Ethiopia, civil war there. And just across the Red Sea, Yemen is also, chronically food insecure based on conflict. Yemen was actually doing a good job of feeding itself before the civil war broke out. And I can't forget Afghanistan. It's not Africa, but I think this is probably the best example of where governance is really the critical factor now in preventing access to large portions of the population, including women. And then I have a little clip here I have to show before lunch. The sound didn't come out. He's saying, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" and then they say, more? Anyway, that's one of my favorite shows. That's it. I don't know if there's time for questions.
It's time for a question or two.
Okay. Any questions? It's always good to be before lunch. Joe? Is that Joe?
Yes. Lee, how vital are those jurisdictional boundaries? I mean, I know they're vital from a political and management perspective, but what virtues would there be to having some of those kinds of maps become more and more granular in terms of positioning resources and other types of aid?
Well, you know, you get granular, I think, in the digital products. That's a good question, thank you. I've been saying now for 20 years that our policymakers are going to be, much more digitally savvy and want to have interactive products. But at the end of the day, you don't get much time with them, and they're still reliant on sort of a more complicated, paper product. I would love to deliver interactive digital products to the Secretary of State while he's eating his Cheerios every morning so he can play around with it a little bit. And we're talking about doing that a little bit on some iPads. But even I think when we made a huge effort for giving the making an iPad for President Obama, as you're aware of, and a lot of effort was made to digital interactive products, but he mostly used it as a book, because his time was short and his briefings were fairly brief. So we do a lot of this and work with other agencies to provide that type of capacity, but that's more at the working level than at the senior level. I think that most of the senior level diplomats and negotiators are looking at a bigger picture and are not really focused in at the lower skill areas. For instance, work we've done, HIV and AIDS, trying to identify populations and access to clinics and things like that, where you have to really drill in and get that type of granular information, or access to food distribution centers, where if we're looking at refugee returns and pre-positioning supplies for things like that. But in general, for these overall products, it's the one quick snapshot that we focus on to get the biggest bang for our buck.
Thank you, Lee.
All right, thank you very much.
Besides being the geographer of the United States, Lee Schwartz is a member of the AGS Council, and there are a number of counselors that flew in here today, yesterday or today to be with all of you. And I'd like to ask the AGS Council members who are present to please stand. Okay, we're going to take a break for lunch. We're going to meet back here at 12:50. Have a nice lunch. Lunch is on either side of the auditorium. Will everybody please be seated? And now we're going to start our afternoon with a panel focused on indoor agriculture and the future of self-feeding cities. To lead this discussion, it's a pleasure to turn to Dr. Haitao Li, who is the chair of the Department of Supply Chain and Analytics here at UMSL.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our panel session on indoor agriculture and the future of self-feeding cities. Indoor agriculture, also known as indoor farming or controlled environment agriculture, has so many potentials and advantages, which are all well known. For example, high yields, year-round productivity, high quality of food, and shortened distribution lead time. And it certainly has the potential to transform the way we do agriculture and support the vision of the future of self-feeding cities. Today, we have an excellent panel of experts from both industry and academia. Sitting on my left is Mr. Thad Simmons from the Yield Lab, Mr. Tony White from Three Rivers Farm, Mr. Tyron Lewis from Hiru Urban Farming, and Dr. Jejun Lee from UMKC. A little bit more about myself. I'm the department chair of Supply Chain and Analytics department at UMSL. I also run my recently launched research lab, Advanced Supply Chain Analytics. We offer the most comprehensive supply chain program in the state of Missouri. My research area focuses on the use of data and analytics to address a wide range of decision needs under the broad umbrella of supply chain. My research in food and ag supply chain focus on the big theme to address multiple performance metrics of the complex food system. That includes efficiency, safety, resilience, especially as we think about all kinds of risks and disruptions as we went through a couple of years ago. Equity, thank you, Lee, for mentioning that very important metric, and sustainability. I want to share with you briefly 3 of my ongoing research projects in food and ag sector. The first one is about the study of indoor farming, the economics, and the supply chain design to help an indoor farming startup to scale and grow. This is a project funded by Missouri Agriculture Small Business Development Authority. We conducted a case study using the model and decision support tool we developed to address, first of all, what kind of crop or crop portfolio should an indoor farming startup to grow? And secondly, beyond production and the issue of yields, we address the food distribution issues in terms of how to design the food supply chain to help a startup indoor farming company to grow and to be sustainable. Second project I've been working on, funded by the System South Africa Exchange Program, is to help local farms in the South Africa, in particular the Cape Town region, to help them better plan for their farm production. So again, here we address not only their production needs, but also the seasonality of production. What crops to grow at what time. We took, again, the supply chain perspective to bring in the data about the market, the price, and seasonality of those factors into consideration. So the 2 farms we worked with, one of them is called Marnigingi Foundation, which started as a non-for-profit organization using their community gardens to serve as a way to provide employment opportunity to disabilities in that region. But over time, they really had been struggled to be economically sustainable. So I'm going back to Cape Town this summer to report the progress of the project. Very exciting about that. The third project I want to briefly share with you is my project. I'm part of the research team on this NSF-funded research project on using state-of-the-art sensors to detect salmonella contamination in the poultry industry. So my role in this project focuses on develop what we call decision support system that builds upon this integrated data environment. We call it multi-source and multi-sectorial data environment that will collect data from sensors, from existing geospatial database, as well as some existing database from organizations such as CDC to provide the data environment. On top of that, we envision an integrated decision support system that embeds all three components of analytics, that is descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive or optimization to provide decision support to ensure food safety and equity. All right, next I will turn to Mr. Thad Simmons to introduce himself.
Yes, well, thank you. Hi, Tao. So I'm Thad Simons with the Yield Lab. We started the Yield Lab in 2015 here in St. Louis, initially as an ag tech accelerator program, just taking in a few companies each year. It's amazing how this space has grown since 2015. There weren't any other active investors in ag tech back in that time period. So we had a lot of innovation going on here and a lot of support for startups in other fields, but there wasn't really anything that was happening in the ag field at that time. Today, of course, is very active all over the world, and we've also grown beyond St. Louis. We now have a fund in Europe, Latin America, and in Asia Pacific, and we have investments all across the world. I think we have now about 90 different investments across those different geographies. And Carlos actually tells you how we have attracted some companies to the St. Louis area. So we're always happy when that works out, and we were happy that it could work out working with him and the team from AWA. In our very first cohort, actually, we had a company from Argentina, so all the way back in 2015. And that fellow liked us so much that he actually went back from here to Argentina and founded the Lab Latin America, which is now in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and just this year in Mexico, meaning they have partners located in all those areas. So that continues to grow. On the fund side of things, we did hear an appeal to the St. Louis community for more investment dollars at later stages, and I think that's really true. That's a really important thing that we need to even more bring to the attention of our leadership here in our community, that we're not as strong as we need to be, especially in that later stage of investing. But one of the things we've been looking at very closely from the Yield Lab, both from an investment point of view as well as where I'm representing our nonprofit today, the Yield Lab Institute, is really looking to see how we can actually look for what is working and what's not working in this area of controlled environment agriculture. So what are the models out there that are successful and which are the ones that have not been? We're actively working with UMSL right now to try and create a center of excellence that will be focused on not only technology and innovation, but more specifically on business models and some of the points that Hightown made with regard to what can make these successful businesses. So that's in progress. We hope to have a feasibility study done in the next few months and be able to really start. But even today, I think they're very willing at UMSL to have a conversation with you if you're working at all in this field and you feel that your business could actually be benefited from being here on this beautiful campus. There's space enough for you here. We're not looking to try and create a huge institution in itself. What we're looking for is being a way to connect a lot of other people who are already playing in this space, whether that goes from the Danforth Center or from Bayer or from whoever at the universities. That's what we're trying to do in terms of a center of excellence, to connect some of those dots that today we think we have the power and the resources here and the connections. We heard a lot this morning about the connections that exist here, but bringing a little bit more of a focus on the business part of it I think would really be impactful. So I think that's enough about me. I think the Yield Lab will continue to grow globally, and we will continue to support the work around CEA.
Thank you, Seth. Yeah. Let's move to Tony.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony White, and 9 years ago, if you would have mentioned to me that I'd be speaking to a group of people that work in the industry about farming, I would have laughed you right out of the building. My background is Yellow Pages, and I don't know if many of you are old enough to recognize that medium, but that's where I spent 15 years of my life really understanding how to interact with businesses, how to interact with customers, learning how to listen and then solve problems. So here we are 9 years later. By accident, I fell into the opportunity to grow some produce just right down the street at the Creve Coeur Airport. It's about 5 miles away from here. And the first year, it was a complete failure, no success at all. That's the year that the airport had the tornado that went through, and it came right across the farm that I was leasing land from. Had hogs, they got out, they got into the garden and everything. At the end of that season, there was just a couple plates of peppers. That's all that we had that was left. So, I'm a pretty competitive person, and the farmer that owned the land kind of kept ribbing me, and he said, well, why don't we build a fence around the property? Well, that fence turned out to be the launch of a new business. At the end of that season, everything I put into the ground grew, and I had everybody in the neighborhood canning mustard or making mustard out of jalapeno peppers, out of banana wax peppers. We made watermelon jelly. The point is, we just kept having a lot of success with these items that the person that was involved with said, if we can't eat it in 3 days, take it across the street and sell it. And that happened to be a very prestigious restaurant from the Hill that opened up a new location called Trattoria Marcella. That July, I showed up with my 2 children, and we had 800 pounds of heirloom tomatoes. And just ironically, I don't know if many of you who live in the Clayton area, but there's another restaurant called Cafe Napoli. He happened to be dining next door, and those 2 gentlemen got into a fight over the tomatoes that night that I was selling. And I looked at my kids and I said, okay, I think we got something here. So Steve Komarak is the person that owns Trattoria Marcella, and he wrote a check for $800 that night. I gave it to my kids. I said, there's your school clothes. We're good to go. Let's make this happen. As the Piatiso family was leaving, I said, I'll see you on Tuesday with some more tomatoes. And today, I'm called Tony Tomato in the community. The reason they call me that is because I have figured out how to bring a red tomato that's regionally grown into the marketplace to my customers. Just by listening and answering to what they were asking for is what we're able to do. My business today also, I import mushrooms from Oregon, Europe. We have free-range chickens that we bring in throughout the course of the season. And recently, I was appointed to the state committee for the USDA Farm Services. So, I'm at the table where there's a lot of farm opportunities, appeals that are taking place, and having, an urban experience, I'm able to bring that perspective to the table right next to the person who has 100,000 chickens that he's producing for Tyson every 6 weeks, right? So it's been a very interesting experience in this world. Now working with the USDA, we decided to move the farm out to Defiance Ridge Wineries, and behind Defiance Ridge Winery, we've created a incredible showpiece garden that's taking place. As of Wednesday, by hand, we put in our 3,000th tomato, and there's probably 4,000 or 5,000 other plants that are out there in the field, and we've got another 1,400 more to go. And it doesn't look like we're slowing down. It seems like this industry is still creating more opportunities, especially as we're here to talk about indoor growing. And I'll share some of my experiences and how I'm currently utilizing that to make my business thrive in the area. Okay.
Thank you, Tony. Okay. Let's move down to Tyrone.
Hello, everybody. Just like Tony Tomato, I didn't always know that I was going to be a farmer. So I started off as a PE teacher and a health teacher. I started farming. I got into, first of all, I'm a fifth generational farmer. My family from Texas, they've been farming for decades, right? So I got into farming because I actually wanted access to sustainable food in my community. I kind of was forced into it, actually. In the St. Louis area, we known for food deserts, food apartheid, or whatnot, whatever term you want to use. But some of us that do have a grocery store close to our community, it's still substantially different from suburban counterparts. So when I went into the store, I saw it wasn't a good choices for me. So I was like, okay, I'm turning to a field trip. I went to Midtown, but like Central West End, went to their grocery store. I was like, okay, a little better. So then I went out to Clayton. I was like, wow, they got everything. You close your eyes and pick some stuff up, you got a good batch. Then I went to West County, and I was like, they had fruit I never heard of at the time. Jackfruit, starfish. I'm like, what is this stuff? I'm like, okay. So I said, okay, I'm turning this. I'm gonna start growing food in buckets in my backyard. Started growing food in buckets. I'm big on manifestation. So I had a vacant lot across the street from my house. I sat there. I was like, okay, how will it look if I had some fresh food over there? Something that our neighborhood can eat. So, even to the minute detail, like how the wind's gonna feel through my hair and my arm, how it's gonna smell, things of that nature. So stuff started falling in place for me. I started reaching out to the community. Now I tell you, this community I was staying in, I was over there for 5 years. No one knew who the heck I was. I mean, no one even said anything to me. I started growing food. Everybody started talking to me, So I'm like, okay, I might got something going here. So I start, talking around the community, passing out flyers, things of that nature. Man, my biggest naysayer, Mr. Jenkins, he told me, man, how you gonna be a farmer? You can't grow food. And in July, I wanna see you out there. So I'm like, dang, what's wrong with him? He mean. So the next day, he was out there with his shovel. I'm like, okay. So that's how this play out. All right. So long story short, so that happened. That was 10,000 square feet. Now we're in the present. I got accumulation like 3 acres across St. Louis. I'm at Confluence Farms in unincorporated St. Louis, which is Florissant. It's a 240-acre property. I got about 2 acres on that property. I grow, my number one thing is watermelon. I got the best watermelon in St. Louis. I don't say that, the customers say that. So I got watermelon. I do Asian greens, so I do bok choy, tatsoi. We do sweet potato. Not as many tomatoes as him, but I do tomatoes. I do cucumbers. My son, he makes pickles. My daughter, she makes hot sauce. So that's what we do. But my most important thing I like doing, I do outreach. So I got a nonprofit side as well. So I create an agriculture curriculum where I go to different schools. It's aligned with Missouri state standards. And we teach about the history of the crop, how it's important to you, things of that nature. I got farm to school grants where I have minority chefs come out to the school. We teach them how to, so a big thing is teaching people how to prepare this food, how to cook it, right? So we teach them how to do that. We have herbalists come in, teach them how to make medicinal tinctures, things of that nature. I'm on the urban county committee with him. He's on the state committee. I'm on the urban county committee with the FSA. I never wanted to get into politics, but I guess I am. I'm in this space. So I'm part of the Young National Farmers Coalition. We went to D.C. in March for a fly-in to talk about the Farm Bill, to get the urban voice heard in that space. I'm on the Missouri Board of Directors with the Missouri Farmers Union as well. So I went and met a few policymakers and politicians, things of that nature, to talk about that as well. What else we got going on? We feed the homeless as well. So everything is like outreach based, and also we selling stuff as well. So like I say, we do CSAs, went on sale today, by the way. We started in July. Every 5 we sell, we donate to a family in need. We also, I sell to local chefs here. I sell to City Greens. That's located in Manchester here in St. Louis. And I also sell to North Syrup Food Hub. So I think the future is, we're gonna talk about that later too, is food hubs and community-ran grocery stores, I believe. COVID was like a blessing in disguise, really. When that happened, everybody got more, health conscious. More people wanted local food, local produce. So that kind of helped me out a lot in that space. But yeah, that's all for now for right now. Yep.
I'm Jae-Jung Lee, but everyone calls me JJ, so you can just call me JJ. I'm a professor in Earth and Environmental Sciences at UMKC. So I'm not from St. Louis area, but then I visit St. Louis literally every other week right now for these kind of meetings and also for my son's soccer games. Busy daddy. So I got involved in this urban agriculture research from my research in Africa. So in the morning session, Dr. Schwartz shows that the situation in Africa, and one of the areas was Lake Chad area, and then that was my research area for 10 years. And so during that research that I installed, I'm a hydrologist, especially for groundwater. So I installed some monitoring sensors, the very first real-time monitoring stations in Central and West Africa. But then after a couple of years, then we started to maintain those sensors. So the battery was out, and then even they didn't have a 9-volt battery in the region. So sending those 9-volt battery, it cost like $300–400. And so I talked to one of my colleagues, what if we develop some local sensors? So I started to work with a computer science professor to develop those local sensors. And then to test those sensors, I contacted the local farmers. And so we installed those sensors and then work with those local farmers. But then I got to know about situations and the struggles they had back then. And I found that a lot of those local growers, they're located in the food desert area. So we learned that there is some disconnection between these growers and also the residents in the food desert. So we somehow came up with some idea of how we can connect them together and then make this food system more sustainable. So instead of, since I'm a hydrologist, so I didn't know much about how to grow those, produce, and those kind of stuff. But instead, we made a team from the different disciplines. So we have these sensor experts from the computer science and also the transportation, especially for the microtransportation, Professor Carlos Sun from MU, and also food nutrition layer. So we also look at the post-processing. So she looked at how we can keep those produce fresh and with maintain the nutrient a longer time. And also we have social economic layer to identify what kind of social and economic issues we have in the city. So we got the funding from the National Science Foundation, and that project actually started right at the COVID occurs in 2020. And so throughout our focus group discussions and also the other interviews, we had the first-hand stories from these growers and the residents. And as you already saw here, I learned that the farmers, they're great storytellers. Awesome storytellers. And then there are many that are heartbroken stories. But then interestingly, that as that Haru just mentioned, that throughout the pandemic, so I was worried that they might affect the grower even more. But then our partner grower told us that it's opposite. Actually, they got a lot more people coming to their farms because a lot of those produce are not much available at the supermarket, so they came to those local farms, and also a lot of people, they wanted to learn how to grow by themselves. So actually, he was happy to have more people coming to their farms, but then when that everything came back to normal in 2021 and 2022, people also somehow stopped coming to this reason. So then we wondered that how we can continue to have that interaction between the growers and also the people in the food desert. So if you look at the next, show the next slide. So this is one of the results we found from this project. So one of the ideas was, how can you connect these growers to the consumers directly? So we considered that the different delivery options by walking and e-bikes and e-scooters and a drone and car and trucks. and then estimate the cost for the 5 pounds bags. And then we learned that for the 1 mile or 3 mile distance, so then e-scooter and e-bikes, that is the most economical options. And in other words, the growers can directly deliver those data produced to the consumers. And then since this is a geography seminar, then we somehow put the range on these GIS maps. So as you see here, this black color background map is the income level. So dark color is the higher income, and then lighter blue is the lower. And then we marked that the current urban grower locations. And as you see here, when you set the 1 mile radius and 3 mile radius, when you have a 3 mile radius, it covers the most of areas. And then when we use the 1 mile radius, so then still the empty space. So in other words, visually we can see how this setup would help connecting these growers and consumers. So there is a very good strength by using these geospatial technologies. So we can somehow talk about those things here. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, JJ.
Yeah.
We're facing many challenges in food and ag sector. So we have heard a lot about climate change throughout the morning. So this map shows the consistent challenge of drought trend in our country. Shrinking land use and decrease of natural resources, including water and soil. Food accessibility in terms of both geographic accessibility as well as nutrition accessibility from the health perspective. Equity, again, right? Where do we send the foods to? How are the population being served? Which group of population are the most vulnerable due to any kind of risks and disruption? And finally, in the midst of all these challenges, on the other hand, we have been experiencing significant food loss and waste. This heat map shows the estimate of excess food by EPA in our country, with the yellow color showing the most waste. What this map does not show is the waste throughout an end-to-end food supply chain actually vary a lot. Okay, so I can share with you, in our country, in developed country like US, we have significant food waste and loss at the consumer stage, whereas in many developing countries, food and loss occurs more at the initial stages of a food supply chain. Now, all these leads to our first question to the panel. How can indoor farming and self-feeding cities cope with the challenges in food and agriculture? Shall we start? Let's start with Terry and Tony.
Yeah, so I like this question. So I guess I come from both angles on this. So like I said earlier, I believe food hubs and neighborhood ran grocery stores are the future. Simply because, like I said, through COVID, we had empty shelves everywhere, right? And a lot of them stuff are imported. Most of the food in Missouri comes from over 1,200 miles away. So we talk about Mexico, California, all those places like that. But if we had farmers locally supplying these grocery stores, I think that'd be a better setup. For example, I know we dealing with space in the cities, but okay, like I have like some land, I'll grow like 1 or 2 crops, right? Another farmer will grow 1 or 2 crops, and we all do that. And I believe, you know, and we kind of do that kind of now with North Surrey Food Hub. I know North Surrey Food Hub supply meals for diabetic patients with Barnes-Jewish Hospital. And I know they get stuff from me, Confluence, and a couple other farmers in St. Louis. It's also a community grand grocery store is being open right now in Jennings as well. And they basically doing the same model. Not only do they have, they're gonna be selling food, they got other services as well in there for the community. Like you come there and get week services, use a computer, just anything that you think an underserved community need, that building will have that structure will have that as well. I'm looking into geothermal greenhouses as well. I know I saw someone doing that in Nebraska. He was growing oranges in the snow. People ask me all year round, do I have produce? You know, because the quality, I know in the wintertime, the quality in the grocery stores are kind of, they're not that good. Because like I said, they're getting imported in, they're harvesting it early, so it can make it here on time. So the quality is off. So, I mean, people ask me about watermelon December. I'm like, I don't have watermelon December, I'm sorry. We're like, don't we, can you see cold snow outside? But, you know, things of that nature. So I really think that's the future we're going towards. We're starting to do that now. I'm blessed to be in St. Louis, where they have a heavy emphasis on urban farming, just like Detroit and Kansas City as well. And I believe that's what we're headed to.
Thank you. Yeah, that's excellent idea. The idea of food hub really motivates continuing work and research about the design of the food supply chain in terms of how many hubs we need, right? Where shall we locate those hubs? To connect the growers like you with the customer, perhaps with the most vulnerable population groups as well. Tony?
Okay. So I look at this question as an opportunity, okay?
Sure.
Because the story that I'm able to share and back it up with the proof is that I have a red tomato that's grown regionally that I bring to my chefs all year long. Okay, now, as we go later into the program, I'll show you, we'll get into the breakdown here, but, within a 6-hour drive of this facility right here, there's 2 growers that are focusing on hydroponic growing in glass houses. They're using the technology that was developed over in, the Netherlands, right. And they are successfully creating produce that has the same type of bricks level that I grow in the field. So this technology is here. We just have to figure out ways to train more people through the academic world so that they can recognize that there's money that they can make in this type of industry. It's very difficult to find a young 18-year-old that wants to get out in a field and chop weeds or try to sucker a tomato plant. You're just not going to find that anymore. But if we can share with them how to work within a container. We have containers less than 2 miles away from here that's producing in a container the size of 3 Chevy F-150 trucks, 2 acres of produce, and they can churn that every week. So the challenge that we have with that type of technology now is getting them to understand that we don't want basil grown in a container at $18 a pound in June, right?
There you go, yeah.
But my chefs will pay that in October, November, December, in January.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're right at a point where it's very exciting. I'm making a living out of indoor farming technology right now. The product that's coming out of these places. Well, and let me just say something else. I have one of my drivers is coming back from Mason City, Iowa, with 700 pounds of on-the-vine cherry tomatoes, and that 700 pounds will be sold by Tuesday of next week through chefs. And the bricks level on that is at an 8, or depending on the sunshine, because that's a challenge that we have, right? Is getting that the sunshine on the greenhouse. It's at a 9. Okay, so.
Thank you, Tony. I share the excitement you have. Certainly, your example of tomato is an excellent example because this is one example of perishable foods, right? To be able to offer that locally not only provides the nutrition that our population needs, but also you have that trust, right? Yeah, people nowadays, many of us would like to know where did the food we eat come from, right?
That's correct.
So you build that trust and that community support. It's excellent. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Shall we move to you, Thad? Yeah.
Oh, sure. It's a little different perspective. I'm not a farmer, although my family were all farmers down in Georgia, but totally different kind of farming. I think the one thing we have here in St. Louis, you've heard of 39 North. The reason it's called 39 North is because we are actually the 39 North latitude, which means we're in the farm belt around the world. So the sun is positioned here, ideally for agriculture. And so that means we have the greatest potential to be able to do more indoor sun-based farming here. We're going to have the other versions as well. We're working to try to attract a large vertical farm to St. Louis, which will be totally indoor, all LED lights and all that kind of, the model that's very typical now for what we think about as being vertical farms. But in reality, we are actually blessed to be here in this location to be able to really maximize the use of sunlight year-round, as well as we're fairly blessed in having lower cost energy than most places in the country, and we have an unlimited supply of water. So we have so many advantages here to be able to exploit this kind of technology to have a more diversified farming system than we've had in the state of Missouri or in the Midwest for a long time. So that's how I look at this question. I look at it in terms of diversification of our farming. So we go back to a model where farmers are not just growing corn this year and soybeans next year, but actually we're growing all different kinds of crops, all different parts of the year. On this indoor farming initiative, we were working with the World Wildlife Fund, and they published a paper, Why St. Louis, and we had our only one in-person meeting, which was in January 2020 over at Bayer, and after that COVID. We did all the rest of the meetings on Zoom, and still we were able to attract several farms who expressed strong interest in building a facility in St. Louis, and I'm very confident that one of those will happen and will be announced later on this year. But that is just like it was the first step. How do we actually do that kind of in a way that will attract that kind of technology to us? And they will come here largely because of the market, because of the reasons I said in terms of water and energy cost, definitely some local funding sources that were helpful to this happening. But then I think what allows us to do is to continue on from that, to think about how do we not think of this as only as being urban farming. Definitely is for the purpose needs to be for urban consumers, because that's where most consumption is happening. But it can be actually beneficial to farmers all across our region to be able to diversify their revenue streams and not be dependent on two commodities that go up and down out of the control. And then you build these relationships, like you've heard, that you have then as a direct relationship with the farmer and then the consumer, whether that's through a restaurant or food hubs or however those channels get built. So that's how I look at this question. Now, other places, there'll be other kind of systems. So the company that's coming has also built one of these things in United Emirates. Well, they have a lot of seawater, but they don't have really fresh water. They have a lot of sun, but they don't have, and supposedly energy costs are probably pretty low too. But what they need there is really just any kind of local food production. So this will be different. The answer to this question will be different based upon where you are.
Thank you, Thad, for your insights. I really like your point. Indoor farming most likely is to diversify the ag growing system we already have. So one of the findings through my MASPA indoor farming project, what we find was clearly from the economic perspective, it's most likely that companies would have a portfolio of growing methods, right, with traditional, greenhouse, for example, in combination with vertical farms, because they do have complementary strengths and disadvantages. So that certainly pops up the issue I briefly mentioned earlier in terms of crop portfolio, right? What crops to grow, in what method, and at what time. Yeah. JJ, please.
Yeah. So I think that for these questions, I'd like to address these self-feeding cities. So COVID really gave us a very good lesson about this food security. And so at the beginning that the cities and also counties, they actually provided a lot of the food pantry, those boxed food to the local people. But then when we had an interview with those residents and also those the people having those kind of city support, they said that much of them actually they couldn't consume because of various reasons. There's some religious reason, there's some health reasons, and interestingly, the people who get those kind of the pantry food, they're mostly low income. So parents usually they work day and night. So at home, mostly the children stay at home, and they have no idea how to cook. So even though they receive all those kind of the support, really didn't help much. And that's why I think this having this indoor farming and also urban growers within the city really play a very important role to fill that gap and connect them together. And as you also mentioned that they really want to learn how to cook. It's a very surprising response. They said, I really want to learn how to cook. And instead of buying that McDonald's or those the cheap the food, I really want to have some healthy food. They want to have the healthy food, but they don't know how to cook. They don't know where to get them. And so I think that this indoor farming and also the urban growing in general, I think can play a very important role for this urban food security. And for the indoor farmings, I think that is a very good option, especially when you consider that the climate change. So in Kansas City, we have more like mixture of small-scale indoor growing and also the outdoor growing using that high tunnels. And indoor, even I also run a project for the veterans. So we run the container farms, so help them to grow the basils and mushrooms using containers. But then outdoor growing, some growers, they 100% rely on the rainwater. So they have some rain barrels. So they collect all the water, all the rains following dropping on that high tunnels. So when they had a good rain, then that is good enough on the water to grow throughout the year. But then during that drought period, they don't have enough water to grow. So this indoor farming could be a good alternative options in that case. And also I see the increasing number of restaurant owners, they also start to grow by themselves. Like some of the restaurants in Kansas City, they have an aquaponic system with the tilapia fish in their basement. So they grow the basils and the lettuce for their cooking. So definitely there is a change of the recognition of this indoor farming and the self-feeding system. So this would be a very good chance to talk about all that issues. Yeah.
Thanks, JJ. Yeah, especially your points mentioning the need to connect, to consider the needs of consumers, right? Really on the social side of the grand challenge. Yeah, thank you for that. Let's move on. We are here in St. Louis. Why St. Louis, right? What are the opportunities especially suitable for indoor farming as well as self-feeding cities in our region? Let's start with you, Thad. Yeah.
Well, I partially answered this question before by our location. And as I mentioned, if you look at the World Wildlife Fund's website, you'll see they published this paper about St. Louis. It published about a year ago with regards to this exact question and why we should be able to have a support. In this case, we're talking about a large-scale vertical farm of the typical kinds we think of that have not generally been that successful. Most of them have gone bankrupt. So that's back to the business model and what are we growing and what's it costing and that kind of thing, and whether we're growing 18-hour basil in the time of the year when we don't need that kind of growing system. So, but the facility is there, so it has to grow something else. So it has to be thought through all the way through and a whole planning for as any business would during the course of their whole year. But there's another study they've done I'm not sure if it's published or not yet, but it was looking at the next California. And so their view is California growing system model doesn't work anymore because lack of water, labor cost, energy cost. But there is a place in the country they have identified, this is the World Wildlife Fund, has identified as being ideal for California kind of production. And that happens to be the Boot Hill of Missouri, eastern Arkansas, and western Tennessee. So that region, which is just like, what, 100 miles, south of us, 200 miles, so that region has rivers that are coming through, rolling hills. We know the vineyards do well here, and there's no reason not to think that these other kinds of production would do well in our part of the world. And they have done the research and the technical research to support that analysis. What I haven't seen is any effort by our more farming communities or our university communities or our state communities to say, yes, we should be investing in those kind of production systems. So I think it's another opportunity for us, again, back to this point of diversification, and getting production closer to the markets. If we can get production closer to the markets, it will be better for the farmers. They'll have less of the ups and downs and no water this year and continuous drought situations. I mean, this year there's plenty of water in California, but that's not a long term. That's long term, it's not going to be enough water. And so we have, I think, a lot of opportunities right now, right here in the St. Louis, broader St. Louis area to be able to have a very diverse, very impactful, large, high value agricultural production. If I ask you the question, and I'll give you the answer, the largest by value exporter of food in the world is the United States. Who is number 2 by value?
Netherlands.
Netherlands. So a tiny country produces so much high value food in greenhouses that they can be number 2. Flowers, that's part of it, of course, but anyway, I think you get the point. So it can, and we can create that kind of business here in our region.
Thank you, Thad. JJ, could you comment?
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, that now I come to St. Louis really every other week, and but what I observe is there is a very strong recognition about this indoor growing in the St. Louis area. So when I search up about this indoor growing, you can easily see that the first few articles, they're all related to the indoor growing in St. Louis area as well. So that kind of recognition, I think, is very much important, because when people realize that this indoor growing is really needed, the system for this urban food security, then definitely there will be a more financial support, and also the cities, they're gonna also support to grow that business. So then they're gonna find a way to have some better regulations and zonings, and all those challenges can be easily taken care of. So that's what I found in the St. Louis area whenever I come here, and then whenever I do some search up on this indoor growing, always St. Louis is one of the main cities into that direction. So, and also I learned that these geospatial technologies in St. Louis area, I can also see that change as well, because my son, they were playing soccer, he's high schooler, junior, so we are doing this campus visit, and the UMSL and also St. Louis University and all those universities, they really address this geospatial technology. And as I show in my slide, when we develop these food security issues, visualization really appealed to the people. So this geospatial technology and also this, the food security can really go along well as a person studying those other subjects. So I think that the St. Louis has a very strong position to tackle that both subject together. So whenever I come here, I'm really impressed, and then even from all these discussions, yeah, I always learn something. So I think that St. Louis has great opportunities, and of course that I'm in Kansas City, so I can also deliver all this knowledge and what I learned to the Kansas City, because Kansas City, they also try to address this food security issue, and I talk with the city officials and also these local people, and always there's some good connection between the Kansas City and St. Louis, so from both ends of the state of Missouri. So yeah, I think that there will be a very strong opportunity.
Thank you, JJ. Tony, could you? Please.
So we do have a great opportunity with indoor growing here in St. Louis. And recently, and Tareen and Ivan were working on it, and his whole position is based on the focus on urban agriculture. So St. Louis has really been blessed to be named one of the 17 cities across the country from the USDA as an urban hub, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a food desert that we have here.
And also the Ag Coast of America, championed by the Bi-State Development, sorry.
Okay, yeah, no. and so what does that look like, right? We know the Dutch has been moving technology. I mean, they've got it. They've got the handle on it.
Right.
The challenge that I have with their technology here is the type of product that they want to produce, because everything boils down to money, right?
Yeah.
You know, our customers here in the Midwest, we like a beefsteak tomato to fit on our hamburger, but we're going to have to change our thought process because, you know, the Dutch, the European, they like the baguettes or smaller open-faced sandwiches, right? And so we're working through that whole piece. But that's just the tomato as an opportunity that's there. You know, there's cucumbers and everything else. But I think one of the things that we have been really lobbying the committee to submit to the USDA is information to get container growing, or, you know, how do we make shipping containers more affordable? Right now, I'm seeing the cost anywhere between $175,000 to $125,000. You know, that's a pretty big investment for somebody to want to, you know, try to build within the city. So we really need to come up with some type of microloan process that make that happen, because again, in a shipping container, we're looking at 2 acres of produce that we can produce. And if somebody is growing lettuce, then in every 6 weeks, we're able to churn, and that's a lot of mouths that we're able to feed in the area all year long. Yeah. So that opportunity is there, you know. You know, I mentioned earlier that, you know, my business is based on, you know, the 180 days that we can muster outdoors, but we also, you know, I also partner with a growing community that has high tunnels that are in a small facility, right? And then, you know, so October and November, you know, in December, we can still produce a tomato in a high tunnel because, you know, that's there. Listening to my chefs, they said that, you know, in March, if we have 3 days together that, you know, may be 68 degrees, you know, people are driving around with their convertible tops off and they're running around in shorts. You think it's the middle of the summer, right? So we have spring fever so bad here in this area. But what does that mean for us, you know, as a grower? Well, here's an opportunity to come up with a product, and that product is heirloom tomatoes. And so last year, we got together and we retrofitted some high tunnels. We made a big investment in propane, and we were able to produce an heirloom tomato before Easter. Okay?
Wonderful. That year-round productivity is priceless.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, people in this region don't have a problem with paying $4.85 a pound for a tomato. Heirloom tomato. That's of good quality.
Thank you, Tony.
Right.
Terry, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with everybody, what everyone said on the panel. Only thing I would like to add is, I mean, the will is there, the 1-2 is there. It's just the funding for it, right? We got so many. You can just ride on 70 East and see how many abandoned warehouses we got, and things of that nature. Yeah, we would love to, get one of those buildings and flip it out and turn it into an indoor space. But we just need some people to, I guess, invest in that and educate on that. We so used to the outdoor thing. What I do like about it is I know the NRCS has a EQUIP program where you can get a Caterpillar tunnel. So I have a Caterpillar tunnel in the city, and I see a lot of farmers and growers are getting Caterpillar tunnels now. So it's basically like a greenhouse, so that could be a year-round thing. But like I said, the need is there. We got all the space there. We got a lot of policy changing right now. I know we had LRA properties at one point in time. That's Land Revitalization Authority. That's what we had here. They just changed that like a month ago. One of my properties in the city is from an LRA property. That's where you pay $5 for 5 years as long as you grow food. So that's changing now because they want to do more commercial, investors to come in. But if we had the LRA properties, I don't know why they stopped the program. It was working, but if we had that program with all these vacant lots, we have the opportunity to put more geothermal greenhouses on that land, or any other type of high tunnel or glass greenhouse or Caterpillar tunnel, whatever that may look like. But yeah, or containers stacked too as well. But so we can I guess get an opportunity to. Cause I tried to purchase that land at the LRA property, but they wouldn't allow me to because they want commercial investors to come in and do that. So if we can get some people to help, I guess, lobby or talk on our behalf or something, they can open up that program again, or or some investors that want to look into getting some of these vacant warehouses and turn them into an indoor growing space. That'd be something that I wish for.
Thank you, Terry. And I was given a little bit time warning. We didn't get a chance to get to our third question, but indeed, our panelists sharing actually already touched some of the challenges. We already heard challenges, for example, the high initial cost, right, of indoor farming facility and technologies, the need for financing, to help with the startups, the education for workforce. I think we're hitting the time. Let's give another round of applause for all the panelists. Yeah. And I'm sure many of us will continue being here, so feel free to reach out to any of us if you want to have further chats. Thank you all.
Thank you, Haitao, and your entire panel. Thank you. One of the things that we try at AGS to do as much as possible is to bring together researchers and practitioners to talk to each other. And I know that all of you who go to conferences all the time, you don't get to see that very often, but this was a great discussion, and I think it was a wonderful panel. While the production of food has a very specific audience, the consumption of food is something that interests everyone. The pandemic, supply sources, the economy, changing consumer tastes, and labor availability have caused the restaurant industry to evolve and adapt at a pace never seen before. To give us a glimpse of what is coming, Adela Jones, UMSL's Chief of Staff, has invited a couple of local restaurant stars to share their perceptions on what's coming up in the future. Adela, who's getting her microphone, and so I'm supposed to stall right now. I didn't write down anything to stall about. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say? I don't dance very well either, so I can't do that. The question about the what? Brian, yes. Where is he? Yeah, we could show that. That'd be good. Brian, where are you? Ah. That would have been that probably would have been the height of the whole thing. I'm sorry, Dee, could you speak a little louder? Yeah, most of our outreach to our students are through our work with the advanced placement human geography teachers from around the country. And we really focus a lot of our activities at AGS on helping these teachers, providing them resources and different opportunities for their students so that they become interested in geography. And we know that many of them don't go on for specific geographical careers, but what they do is they bring geography into whatever it is that they are going to do, and they see it from this new perspective that they're able to be given by their teachers. So most of our work is through that, is through the advanced placement human geography. And tomorrow, what we'll be doing is we'll be meeting with local teachers who don't necessarily teach advanced placement human geography, but do touch on geography in their courses. And so we'll be working with them, and it's the first go-around of what we think is going to be a continued workshop opportunity for them to bring geography into the classroom, specifically into places you wouldn't find it, like maybe math or religion or whatever. Geography plays a role in all of this. So we'll be starting our work tomorrow with local teachers, and we hope that that's going to turn into a big program. Okay, I think that Adela is ready. So here we go. Thank you, Adela.
I come bearing gifts. Hello, everybody. Adela Jones. I'm Chief of Staff here at UMSL in the Chancellor's office. I was here at the first meeting in November with the Chancellor and Brian. And we talked about, this is where that was born. They'll tell you it was somewhere else, but it was there. And I am so excited. It's happened, it's here, we're in the room. And dinner was so cool yesterday. It was such a good fellowship. So thank you for coming to our campus. Thank you so much. Now this is the fun part, and we get into my area of expertise. I can bring what I know to this. I eat. I eat. I dream about eating. I do not eat when I'm depressed. I celebrate by eating. It is a religious experience. My heaven has a dinner table, and there are friends and family around it. And the menu is the bomb. I love it. Therefore, I hold in high regard those people who put their love and heart into opening a restaurant. And all the science that we've talked about globally here in St. Louis, they put it on a plate, and then they put that plate before you, before me. And I get excited, and I have fun with friends and with family. So we have two such restaurateurs here with us today. So let's start. I'm gonna take this seat. No, they told me to take. I'm taking this seat. I'm taking this one. So we have with us Bethany Buddy, and Bethany is the proprietor of Squires Restaurant and Market. It's in South St. Louis for those who are not from here. And if you are from here, you need to get there. And then we have Kathy Jenkins, who just a hop up the road from UMSL has Kathy's Kitchen. She and her husband, Jerome, started this restaurant about 10 years ago. Yes. And I've been to both of these restaurants, and it's great, and I got to go back on my diet. This was all in preparation for this. So thank you, welcome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the gifts that I'm not giving away, but I just want to show you a little bit about what these ladies are doing. This is coffee beans. You can get these at Squires. Mm-hmm. And so I went to Kathy's Kitchen Saturday, and I got me some red beans and rice, and I had a few little bits left over, which almost turned into a fight in my home on Sunday, because my husband, Reggie, ran in the refrigerator and got caught. He had the look of guilt. I'm like, no, you put that down. That's my pre-dinner. And so Kathy, among many things, they have sauces that you can go there and you can buy. When you get your lunch and stuff, you get one of these to go. And then there are the cookies that Bethany provides. So I also got some carrot cake. as an impulse item yesterday when I went and got lunch at Squire's. Walked out and left my carrot cake. I said, it's not right to come up to this lady and ask her to bring my carrot cake tomorrow.
She got 2 pieces now.
But I got to do it, I got to do it. So she was so kind to bring that. So again, we're gonna dive on in. We only have 30 minutes, and Nicole, somebody's gonna keep me honest on time. But like I said, I just have such high regard. The courage that it must take to say, I'm going to open my doors and I'm going to cook for these people. And I pray that they like it, that they love it. So Bethany, how did you start?
Sure. It still scares me every day. So I grew up in a family that cooked. I grew up in a family that had a lot of kids, and we each had to take a night. Mm-hmm. And the night that we didn't have, we had to do the dishes. So I begged for those cooking nights. So I took all of my siblings' cooking nights. Grandparents, parents, very good cooks. Nothing fancy, just home cooking.
So what did you say? I'm gonna.
I worked in the private club industry here in St. Louis for a number of years, and when you're in that industry, you have 3,000 bosses. And I decided that I wanted one boss. Yep, and that's really the reason.
Well, cool.
Yeah, so that was 22 years ago.
Wow, that's great.
Yep.
You still roll, and it's good stuff. Yeah. Now, Kathy's, you're interesting. This is the soul food part of how did you start your business? How did you start your business?
Well, I started off as a domestic engineer, and I kind of got tired of that job. And I kind of had a knack for cooking. I was just very good at it. And I said to my husband, Jerome, I said, I'm so tired of doing what I'm doing. I want something about me. I mean, my kids are getting older. I don't have to be at home all the time. And we have a chemical business. And pretty much I felt like everything was kind of about my husband. And I felt like I needed to express myself. And he says, what do you want to do? I said, I want to open a restaurant. He says, what type? I said, I don't know. I think I want to travel. And basically, I kind of geo-mapped kind of like you guys are doing. We went on vacation for the entire summer. We drove over 6,000 miles. We started St. Louis, we made our way to Florida, did the entire bottom of the United States, came up through California, and we made our way all the way back to St. Louis, and we based it on the Food Channel. The Food Channel and the Travel Channel, every place you should stop and eat along the way. And that's kind of what we did, and everything that I loved made the menu. And I met several chefs at the restaurant for recipes that I really loved. They shared them with me, and I learned something very valuable, that recipes are not secrets, only if you're kind of at Keebler or somewhere. But when you're cooking at home, people love to share because one recipe is built up on another recipe, and they become your own. And I just really got great at it. And so I said, well, come on, we're going to do it. I said, let's start it. And I did it on Facebook. I said, okay, I'm going to do it 3 days. And I did it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 12 to 3 because I had to pick my kids up from school. And it exploded. I didn't expect it to shoot off to the sky like that, and it did. And I said, well, you know what, we're going to have to open a restaurant. And I went to the restaurant, met the guy. I knew him because I always put my money in my community. So it turns out the guy, wine bar I used to go to, he literally owned the spot that I was in. And he gave me Kathy's Kitchen on a handshake. And I've been there for 10 years now. And it was a culinary experience that I wanted to share with everyone when they came into Kathy's Kitchen. So this is my mapping of food across America, and I got to share that experience through my menu. So that's exciting for me.
So when I say soul, I mean they put their hearts and soul into this restaurant to, you know, to do the travel and to go to that level of detail. So tell me, you know, I'll start with you, Kathy. What have you learned about people and their habits and eating and going out, and what are the trends?
Oh gosh, I've learned being in the restaurant business that food really does trend, no different than anything else. I was sharing with someone, I can remember with the bread, everybody wanted to talk about ciabatta. Ciabatta this, ciabatta that. Now we're on brioche. We're on the brioche buns now, you know. So food trends just like everything else. And I realized too, being in the restaurant business, that more food, because of shortages that are happening, that they try to guide the trends away from the shortage so we can kind of accept new food. I saw them printing chicken tenders, you know, literally making them, and they were talking about how great they are, how healthy they are. They're great to the environment. They're not, no antibiotics. They went through all this. And I said, wow, so is this where technology is leading us in food because of the food shortages? And I said, wow, I've got to stay on top of this, because I found out through COVID was the first thing that opened my eyes to what was happening with the shortage in food. We kind of